today, our credit card total, you can see here, is 666. And I've been saying for the past couple of days, I think she knows they're coming. The kids that work here have said she's always way more active the closer it gets to Halloween.
I see a tall figure, about this high. Absolutely definitive as, like, humanoid.
Oh, shit. Hell no!
That was mean.
So that was not on before.
That was not on.
Why are these things moving? Do you see that?
Here.
Galveston is considered by many to be one of the most haunted cities in the country.
Oh! What the hell? Whoa.
Look at that.
What the hell is that?
Did you put that wine glass up there?
It's not.
Oh, so it's moving.
In today's documentary, we're not investigating a haunted location. We're investigating an entire city. In today's video, we'll be stopping by 3 of the most haunted places in Galveston, Texas, to investigate them with our whole family for paranormal activity. These 3 places include a haunted restaurant where a 7-foot-tall shadow figure has been seen. Ironically, a spooky Christmas store that was rumored to be a brothel in which a prostitute hid herself from the roof and ended her own life. And finally, we'll stop at the crown jewel of all the paranormal in Galveston, the Galvez Hotel, to spend the night overnight in the hotel's most haunted room, the Lost Lovers Suite. And by the end of this video, I think that you will agree with me that Galveston, Texas is the most haunted place in America. But first, let's get into the history.
An eerie sight welcomes visitors to Galveston, Texas. So, to my left is the Resort San Luis, one of the nicer resorts on the island. To my right is Pleasure Pier, a very popular tourist attraction. But I don't know if you've ever been to Galveston, but you might have seen this memorial. As you can see, this memorial depicts a man reaching up towards the stars, towards the sky, a forlorn, sad woman hugging her child. This memorial was actually erected to memorialize the over 6,000 people that died in the 1900 Galveston storm, the deadliest natural disaster in American history. Now, we're going to be talking about this storm a lot in this documentary, but there's so much you should know. Almost the entire island of Galveston was wiped completely off of the map. 6,000 men, women, and children all drowned, were impaled during the storm, crushed. They died in so many different ways. But one of the most popular theories about why the entire island of Galveston is so haunted is because of that storm that occurred here over 100 years ago. A lot of those bodies, people don't know where they ended up. They actually took them out to sea, tried to dump them out there, but the bodies washed back up onto the beach. It is known that when they found victims, they would bury them where they sat. It's possible the Walmart was built on corpses, the Galvez, any of these businesses. And a lot of these structures that still stand today were used as makeshift morgues where bodies were stored because there was so much death and destruction. But it's just interesting. Galveston's a beautiful island, it's very fun, but everywhere you look, every time you throw a stone in whatever direction you throw it in, you can hit something morbid. Kind of like this. Let's keep going.
The 1900 Galveston hurricane, also known as the Great Galveston Hurricane or the Great Storm of 1900, remains the deadliest natural disaster in United States history and was a storm that killed somewhere between 6,000 and 12,000 people, with 8,000 being the most frequently cited number. At the time of the storm, Galveston, Texas was a thriving city, home to around 38,000 residents, but the city was virtually wiped off the map when the storm surged, raising the water level by 8 to 12 feet. Thousands of people were left homeless, wandering through the remains of their homes, searching for loved ones amidst a landscape of destruction and death. The storm not only obliterated buildings and lives, but also decimated the future of Galveston as investors fled the city in fear, moving their interests to Houston. The hurricane's path was dark and ominous even before it struck Galveston. On August 27, 1900, a ship detected a strange storm near the Windward Islands and tried to raise the alarm about the potential strength it could grow to. But truly, no one predicted the horrors that would follow. The storm swept across the Caribbean, growing stronger with each day. By September 8th, it had become a full-blown Category 4 hurricane, with winds reaching a terrifying 145 miles per hour. And when the storm finally hit Galveston in the early hours of September 8, 1900, few realized that death was already creeping in. The waters began rising, trapping people inside their homes, burying them under debris, or washing them out to sea. At the time of the storm, the city of Galveston was an extremely prosperous trade hub and very ill prepared for the disaster. At the time that the hurricane struck the town, Galveston was known as the grandest city in Texas and was known across the United States for its opulence and concentration of wealth. Galveston at the time was full of money, and the city was littered with elaborate mansions, high society clubs, and fine dining. In the year 1900, Galveston had the busiest port in Texas, the largest mansions in Texas, the most millionaires in Texas, and some of the first electric lights and telephones in the state. But all the money in the world couldn't have helped prepare those who lived in the grandest city in Texas for the megastorm that was headed their way. You see, the residents in town had become complacent, lulled into a false sense of security by years of minimal storm damage. "We've seen worse before and nothing ever comes of it," residents would say. "Don't even bother preparing. That storm ain't gonna hurt a fly." In fact, this lackadaisical attitude towards storms was such a problem that local meteorologist Isaac Klein, a meteorologist who himself had assured Galvestonians in the past that a severe hurricane would never strike, rode his horse through the streets as he noticed the imminent signs of disaster, warning people on horseback of the incoming hurricane. But it was too late. Many local residents refused to evacuate, unwilling to believe that the storm would be as destructive as it was. They'd been told for years that their little town was practically untouchable. But by that very evening, entire neighborhoods had been washed away, leaving nothing but mangled ruins and the sound of screams trapped beneath the rubble. The immediate death toll of the hurricane was absolutely staggering. As the storm raged across the island, entire families were crushed by falling homes, trapped in the debris and wreckage, or drowned as the waters filled their streets and living rooms. Children, mothers, and fathers disappeared beneath the waves, their dead bodies then carried off to sea by the surging tides. Some Galveston residents were trapped in their homes for days after the storm, waiting for rescuers who sadly would never arrive. Survivors of the storm later recalled hearing the haunting cries of those still alive, buried beneath piles of wreckage, screaming for help. But unfortunately, rescuers couldn't reach them in time as there were just too many people to save. And even though help was so close, those trapped beneath the rubble had already received a death sentence. The storm also turned buildings themselves into deadly projectiles, sending massive chunks of wood and concrete flying through the air. And even those who were lucky enough to survive the initial onslaught often succumbed to their injuries days later, either lying in a makeshift hospital or trapped in the remains of what had once been their homes. Among the most horrifying stories was the fate of the 93 children and 10 nuns at the St. Mary's Orphans Asylum. The nuns who managed the orphanage complex had no idea what was coming. And as the storm began to hit Galveston harder than they had anticipated, they moved all of their faculty and all of the children under their care into the girls' dormitory building, as it was a newer building with sturdier construction. But that wouldn't end up mattering. You see, as the water levels surged around the building, the nuns tied the children to themselves with clotheslines in a desperate attempt to keep them all together. The orphans sang Queen of the Waves as the nuns tried to calm them, but the water just kept rising and rising. When the building finally collapsed, only 3 of the children survived, and they actually survived by climbing a tree, while the rest of the 90 children and 10 nuns were swallowed by the storm, their bodies quickly lost in the swirling waters. It was a scene straight out of a nightmare, and the orphanage became a symbol of the profound tragedy that befell the city. The hurricane itself was also horrifying. I mean, just imagine for a second. Wind speeds of over 100 miles per hour, bricks and wood flying through the air. At one point, the water levels rose 4 feet. 4 feet! In just 4 seconds. During the hurricane, the city, with its highest point being at only 8.7 feet above sea level, was completely submerged by storm surge. The flooding began early on the day of September the 8th, and by that evening, water levels rose dramatically, surging, like I said, 4 feet in just 4 seconds at around 7:30 p.m. By 8:30 p.m. that night, portions of the city were inundated with an additional 5 feet of water. The hurricane also unleashed a record 9 inches of rain within 24 hours, and winds were recorded at 100 miles per hour before the powerful winds destroyed the Weather Bureau's instruments. But estimates suggest that they reached 120 miles per hour or higher, propelling debris through the air with deadly force. The storm's central pressure dropped to 936 MBAR, marking it as a powerful Category 4 hurricane. After the storm, Galveston was practically a city of ghosts. Dead bodies littered the streets, rotting in the bright sunlight and steamy Texas heat, tangled in the remains of buildings or floating in the waters pooled throughout the town. Even the city's cemeteries weren't spared. Coffins were ripped from the ground, their contents scattered or carried away by the storm. Bones littered the landscapes from decades-old tombs, and full coffins broke out from the earth and made their way out to float in the ocean. Even the grave of actor Charles Francis Colin was not immune. His coffin was washed out to sea and disappeared somewhere in the Gulf. The stench of death hung thick in the air as rescue workers struggled to recover the bodies of victims, many of which were never found. As you can imagine, the scale of the devastation was absolutely overwhelming. All bridges connecting Galveston to the mainland were destroyed, and with them, the hopes of many survivors for immediate help. For days after the storm, the city was cut off from the outside world. Survivors, dazed, confused, and injured, wandered through the wreckage, searching for food, shelter, and their lost loved ones. The dead, as it turned out, were so numerous that burying them became impossible. Instead, workers began piling bodies onto ships and barges, transporting these corpses out into the ocean and dumping them at sea. But the Gulf refused to keep the dead. Many of those same bodies washed back ashore, and soon funeral pyres were set up all over the city to burn the corpses. I mean, literally, imagine that. The beaches were covered with hundreds, thousands of dead, rotting, decaying bodies. I can't even begin to imagine what that must have looked like. The task of collecting and burning these bodies was grim, made even worse by the trauma experienced by those who were quickly hired for the job. It seemed at the time that many weren't up for the task. They were either injured themselves, they were grieving the loss of their own loved ones, or they just weren't up to the task of scavenging and burning the rotting corpses of their family and friends. Dead gangs, as they were called, were formed overnight, groups of men that were ordered to roam the streets of the city, collect the bodies of the dead, and bring them to the beaches where they would either be shipped out to sea or burned. And performing the most gruesome and undesirable task of them all, a group of 50 black men were forced to load those corpses onto those stinky ships at gunpoint, forced by other locals to do the dirtiest of work. In order to keep these dead gangs going, the men in each of the groups were given free whiskey by local authorities, just enough liquor to keep them drunk enough to keep gathering the dead. The corpse fires burned day and night on the beaches of Galveston for weeks on end, a macabre spectacle lighting the night sky over the rubble and ruins of the destroyed city. And the noxious smell of burning flesh, mixed with the horrific scent of the decay of the unburied dead, was a constant reminder to all residents of Galveston of the storm's merciless toll. But the hurricane's wrath wasn't just limited to Galveston. Other towns like Alvin, Angleton, and Brazoria also suffered heavy losses and casualties. West Columbia lost its historic Capitol building, and the city of Houston experienced significant damage, including the death of a man crushed by falling timber. Houston was strewn with debris, impassable streets, and damaged buildings, but it was Galveston that bore the brunt of this disaster. Entire neighborhoods were leveled, and what remained was little more than piles of rubble and shattered lives. Even the trains weren't safe on the morning of September 8th, the day that the hurricane pummeled Galveston. On that morning, a train left Houston for Galveston, not knowing of the storm that was incoming, but as they approached, the conductors noticed that the tracks were washed out by the storm, which forced them to stop the train and move their passengers to another nearby carriage. But even that train was barely able to move because of the piling debris and wreckage on the tracks. The 95 passengers on that train that day from Beaumont, Texas, eventually made it to the Bolivar Peninsula, where they waited for a ferry to take them to Galveston. However, the ferry couldn't dock in the area due to the rough, stormy seas, and the train crew tried to turn back for Houston, but rising waters stopped the train on its tracks. 10 passengers thought quick, got out of the train, and sought safety in the nearby Point Bolivar lighthouse, along with 190 others from nearby areas, all of whom survived. But tragically, the 85 other people who stayed with the train on the tracks were killed when the storm surge flooded the train cars, and they were trapped inside, now permanent residents of a ghostly underwater train carriage. When rescuers finally reached Galveston, days after the storm, they were greeted by an absolutely apocalyptic scene. A 3-mile-long wall of debris stretched across the city, and survivors on the island were few and far between. The waters had carried away entire communities, and the corpses of the dead outnumbered the bodies of the living. The once thriving city was now a wasteland, its population reduced by thousands, 20%, in one night. A survey at the time later revealed that it was believed 8,000 people had died, though many thought, like I said earlier, that the true number was much higher. The survivors, those lucky enough to have escaped the immediate destruction, often died slow deaths in the wreckage, their cries for help unanswered. In the aftermath, the city tried to pick up the pieces. Relief committees were formed and efforts were made to rebuild. But Galveston would just never be the same. The golden era of the city was over, its future washed away with the thousands of souls who had perished in the storm. Investors, who had been eager to flood their money into Galveston just weeks before the hurricane, fled the area, fearing that the city was cursed, and Galveston's status as a major port city shifted to Houston. Even the dead weren't allowed to rest in peace, as their bodies were typically hastily burned or buried in mass graves, the locations of which are still unknown to this day, their lives reduced to ash in an instant. Despite the best efforts of rescuers and relief workers, the dead were just too numerous to account for properly. Even today in 2024, a true and accurate death toll to attribute to the storm isn't known. The storm claimed so many lives and destroyed so many historical records and census papers that the exact number of people who died in the hurricane may never be clear. Entire families and generations were wiped out, their names lost to history, buried beneath the rubble or lost at sea. For weeks, those body fires burned, and the survivors struggled to make sense of the devastation. Galveston, once a beacon of prosperity, had become a city of the dead. And to put all of this into perspective for a modern audience, we all know Hurricane Katrina. We think of Katrina as the pinnacle of deadliness when it comes to natural disasters in America. But let me tell you, it wasn't. It's estimated nowadays that a little over 1,800 people died during and in the wake of Katrina. But over 6,000, with some claiming as many as 12,000, died during the Galveston storm. That's just absolutely insane to think about. The legacy of the Galveston hurricane remains a dark chapter in American history. To this day, it's not just remembered for the staggering loss of life, but for the grim methods required to deal with the aftermath. The burned bodies, the floating coffins, the cries of the trapped, all serve as reminders of nature's ability to inflict unimaginable horror. The storm marked the end of a prosperous era for Galveston, and though the city eventually rebuilt, it was and is haunted forever by the memory of the thousands who perished in the Great Storm of 1900. So, could this traumatic event be why Galveston itself is so haunted? I don't know. Let's keep digging.
So right behind us right now is one of the most haunted places in all of Galveston. Now, you guys who follow me on social media might recognize this location, but this is the Walmart on Seawall Boulevard here in Galveston. Now, this place has a very, very interesting history. Back in the day before that 1900 storm that wiped out almost the entire city of Galveston, back before that storm on this very property sat an orphanage, an orphan asylum as they used to refer to them as. When the storm hit, the nuns that were overseeing the orphans and the orphan children were trapped. There wasn't much forewarning given behind this storm in anticipation of it. So when the storm hit, the building was decimated, and in the carnage afterwards, the bodies of children were found tied together in a big centipede-like string attached at one end to one of their nuns who was trying to save them. But all of that history, all of that haunted, horrific stuff that happened here has given rise to rumors that this is one of the most haunted spots on this entire little island. And I think it's interesting. Tons of employees that have worked here have reported seeing things moving off of the shelves, balls bouncing at late hours of the night, hearing children's giggling. So it begs the question, is this place haunted by the spirits of those children who died? Is there a nun's ghost that haunts these grounds? I don't know. I've never investigated here because Walmart would never clear us to do that. But it is interesting, and every time I post this place on any of my social media, it gets like 10 million views. So there's obviously something interesting about this place that people flock to. But let's just go take a little look inside. Gotta love some good Halloween decorations, right?
Oh yeah.
That was cringy. Jeff, put one of these on.
Hey there, can you tell me where the toothpaste is at?
Whoa.
No, Jeff, you can do better than that.
Wait, give him this one.
Okay. Yeah, what are you? Oh, you're like, you're okay. Mary, you know my hair is like excessive. Don't.
No, that was scary. That was scary.
Really scary.
Good.
All right. So this area inside of this Walmart is supposed to be, out of the whole store, the most haunted section. As you can see, the children's toys. And that's because the spirits that are said to haunt this location are the spirits of children who died in that horrific flood and hurricane. Remember, their bodies were found tied to the bodies of nuns. So employees have seen toys flying off of shelves. They've seen balls bouncing by themselves in the hallways. And late at night, this area is reported to just be very spooky.
I mean,
Interesting. I mean, you never really hear of a haunted Walmart,
no,
right?
Who would ever think that that was actually here?
Yeah. It'd be cool if you had some video footage from like security cameras showing stuff coming off them. You know, if they have that.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
Something else that's interesting about the hurricane is the fact that it was reported that whenever they found these nuns' bodies or the bodies of children, they buried them exactly where they found them. So the Galvez itself is rumored to be almost built on top of a mass grave of children's bodies. That's one of the rumors why they have children haunting the place. Along with this place, if there were children that died here in this immediate area, maybe they were trapped in the wreckage of the orphanage, their bodies could still be underneath this Walmart.
It's
Yeah,
creepy. to
creepy.
Think about, man.
Just to think that they might be down here.
Driving down the seawall in Galveston, Texas, you'd have no idea that this place is stained with such dark, deadly, and horrific history. I mean, we were just at a Walmart, haunted by the spirits of little kids who drowned during a horrific hurricane. And we were now on our way to one of Galveston's most infamous haunted landmarks, the ghost face of UTMB. So behind me is one of the most infamous landmarks in Galveston, the ghost face. So this is a building owned by UTMB. It's a hospital complex medical facility here in Galveston. And decades ago, a very scary face appeared on the side of this building. Over the years, according to local legend, they've tried to power wash the face out. They've tried to remove the stones that it was on, but this face keeps appearing. Nobody knows exactly whose face it is or what caused this thing to happen. The UTMB complex actually, of course, denies that it's supernatural, but people swear to God it looks like William A. Bigfoot Wallace. Now, William Bill Bigfoot, he actually owned land here on Galveston, and according to local legend, he was slighted out of this land. They stole the land from him, and so his angry face has appeared on this building as some form of supernatural, spiritual retribution. It's very interesting. I've been here a couple times over the years, and every single time I've come back, the face is still there. And it does really look like a face. It looks like the face of an angry man. But you can't tell the story of Galveston's haunted history without visiting a spot like this that everybody in this area knows about. It's really interesting.
You want to see it?
Yeah. Can we get in? Now you get
There it is.
Oh.
right?
So, interestingly enough, we were just on the wrong side of the building, and a security guard for that parking lot pulled up, informed us that you got to drive over here so you can see the ghost face. But there it is. And it looks a lot like William Bigfoot Wallace. But what's interesting is that the security guard just told us that when he started working in this area, shortly after he actually got hired by UTMB, there were two nurses that were down here drinking that came to see the ghost face. And there was some sort of an auto accident dealing with this very steep dock that's right behind us. And one of them was in the car and it rolled off and she drowned and died. So there is some weird history with this thing. I mean, it's really weird that a ghost face drew in these nurses and then one of them unfortunately passed away in pursuit of seeing this thing. Yeah, I mean, you can really, it looks like a face, right? What do you guys think?
Oh, totally.
Yeah, oh, easy.
That's
Yeah.
so cool.
I'd like to see the real person, what you will, on film.
Look him up, William Bigfoot Wallace.
Yeah, but obviously you can see.
I mean, you can make out,
Have they tried to wash it? I mean,
they've power washed.
power washed it.
Weird.
You can really see the nose, mouth, eyes. I mean, it really looks like a face. It's on the side of this random building.
That's
Cool,
very
right?
It's
strange.
crazy.
Oh, yeah.
It's so cool.
Just another part of Galveston's haunted history.
And just to think they tried to power wash it off.
I know, right?
Well, the
And
interesting.
that's like the shoulder, and I mean, it's a face.
I think it's interesting, like you talked, like he told us, he didn't want to be on camera, but how these girls came here and then they backed, somehow the car went in reverse or they backed
I
up
think they
and
didn't put it in park.
put it in
or
park
something.
and that fell over here. The one girl was trapped and drowned.
Yeah.
You never know.
It's
Scary.
weird, right?
Ugh.
I didn't even know that. But that face, super cool to come
There you
see.
go.
Even his mouth.
I know.
That's
But
weird.
those dark eyes. Look at the eyes. Look how dark up there they are.
Yeah, I know. And that's the guy who they ripped out of money in Galveston
Wow.
Oh.
because he had the land here and they stole it from him. I think
Interesting.
it's revenge.
Wow. He's gonna be there
That's pretty
forever.
cool.
Well,
He's haunting this place.
Cool.
well, you never know.
Now, whether you want to call that ghost face truly haunted or paranormal or not, you have to admit that it does look not only like a man, but it looks a lot like Bigfoot Wallace. So at this point, we've talked about the hurricane a lot and the devastation that that event caused. But did you know that Galveston also has pirate history? As it turned out, we were at that very moment on our way to visit an infamous pirate's old mansion.
So right behind me, speaking of interesting history here in Galveston, is the location of the old ruins of a pirate's house. Now, Jean Lafitte, or Jean Lafitte, I don't know exactly how that name is pronounced. He's one of the most infamous pirates in world history. Very, very rich, a buccaneer, a swashbuckler, a guy responsible for pirating and pillaging thousands, millions of dollars worth of gold and other treasure from all the various trading companies that operated in this part of the world. He settled here on Galveston and constructed this house under a Spanish flag. Now, what's interesting is that according to historical reports, this mansion that he built here called the Maison Rouge, or the Red House, was furnished with tons of pirate booty. Literally, that's what it says on the historical plaque. You can imagine gold, doubloons, rubies, all sorts of gems and historical artifacts scattered throughout this home. But when Jean Lafitte was eventually chased out of Galveston, kicked out by locals, he burned his house down, leaving no trace that he ever existed here. The structure that you see behind me was actually built after Jean Lafitte left, so the ruins are not actually a part of Jean Lafitte's castle. They were built on top of the original area, but the foundation is still here. And yeah, there's all sorts of ghostly rumors about this place, from devil dogs that appear that the pirate Jean Lafitte supposedly summoned to protect him. All sorts of macabre, stories and sightings. And it's really interesting. Right here in a random neighborhood in Galveston, an old pirate mansion. You'd never expect. You guys said you thought this was cool, right?
So cool. I mean, pirates?
That it
I mean, what?
exists yet is unreal.
Yeah, right?
Here, people living right here next door.
Yeah, right.
It's just next to a pirate place.
Galveston, you got hurricanes, murders, pirates,
Gangstas?
You got it all, man.
gangsters.
Gangstas?
I have no idea. Gangsters?
What is that?
Yeah, mob history.
Yeah.
As I stated before, you could throw a rock in any direction in Galveston and hit a building that's haunted. Even the candy shop, La King's in Galveston, is haunted. When I was there visiting a few months ago for the 4th of July, Courtney, Connor, and I actually stopped in and asked the employees working about ghost stories. A couple workers told us that they were afraid of the upstairs of the building, and someone shared a creepy story of seeing a shadow figure inside. But at this point, we weren't ghost hunting. I was hunting for ice cream, and I found some, and it was delicious, let me tell you. Apple pie ice cream. I know I always pick weird flavors, but let me tell you, if you are looking for ice cream in Galveston, La King's is incredible. But enough with this positive, happy stuff. We're here for Haunted Halloween. So let's get back and go to a few haunted houses.
On our haunted tour of Galveston, we had to stop by a place that some people have called the most haunted location in all of America. And undoubtedly, this home is regarded as the most haunted house in all of Galveston, the Ashton Villa. Now, the history of this property is really interesting. It was built by a very wealthy family. There were 2 daughters in the family. One of the daughters was a little uncouth. She was very wealthy. Her dad died, and so she and her sister inherited the house. And while one of the daughters was more of a homebody and would stay here inside of the home, she got married. The other daughter decided that that wasn't the life that she wanted. So she would race carriages down this street right in front of us. She would smoke huge cigars out in public. She would travel around unchaperoned. Keep in mind, this is in the late 1800s, early 1900s, before women had the rights that they do today. So she was a real boundary pusher. Her spirit has been seen multiple times inside of the home, and people have seen everything in here, from a woman floating around with blonde hair who's thought to be the sister, to even hearing the noises of a phantom piano player echoing through the halls late at night. There was also a very interesting part of this whole story where the other sister in the family was a part of a very, very abusive relationship. The husband's abuse towards her was absolutely disgusting, and it's horrific to read the details of those case files, but she managed to retain the property after the divorce, which was unheard of back then, so she's also thought to haunt the home. After that family moved out, it became a number of different things. Oh, I'm forgetting a huge part of this. This place during the Civil War was used as a makeshift Civil War hospital, so we really have no idea how many people died inside of this house. And yeah, so it was a Civil War hospital, an opulent private residence. Afterwards, it was sold and it became a Masonic hall, so the Freemasons were in here. It eventually went abandoned until the 1970s when restorations were carried out on the building. You used to be able to do tours there. I actually went on a tour. It's beautiful inside, but nowadays they actually claim that this place is not haunted, which I think is very interesting. Some businesses who have haunted locations and operate inside of haunted locations, I've run into this many, many times. You'll call them and ask for information about trying to investigate or getting inside of this building, this beautiful historic property that's known to be haunted. And they'll laugh at you. They'll say, oh, there's no way that that place is haunted. Oh, there's no such thing as ghosts. That's happened to my mom, my dad, Connor, and I. We've all experienced that. So that's just a funny little side note. The most haunted house in Galveston, according to them, is apparently not haunted. So make of that what you will, but we still had to stop here because of the incredible history of this building and the ghost stories. So just a short drive down the street from the Ashton Villa is another one of the most haunted places in all of Galveston, the Bishop's Palace. This ornate chateau-style home was built in the 1800s by a railroad magnate named Walter Gresham. And before this place was known as the Bishop's Palace, it was known as the Gresham Castle. Now, Mr. Gresham, he died eventually, obviously. His spirit has been seen all around this property. Rumors say that his ghost is very protective over his home. He's actually seen all around the outside, pacing along these balconies, making sure nobody breaks in and that all is good and calm. It's also interesting that there are a number of ghost stories that emanated from this place from times before, during, and after hurricanes. Now, that's interesting. Apparently, Walter's ghost has been seen the most right before a hurricane or during a hurricane. It seems that even in the afterlife, he's protecting his prized castle. Now, you're probably wondering why it's called the Bishop's Palace. Well, that's because after Walter died, this place was sold to a local bishop. He lived in here. There's a lot that you can unpack there, but that local bishop, when he died, he was a very beloved figure here in Galveston. He actually had 8,000 people attend his funeral. And after he died, the place changed hands a few more times, and now it's just a private venue, a place where you can take tours. And yeah, it's beautiful. But another really interesting part of this is Walter's wife, Josephine. She traveled all the time, and she would always write postcards to send back to Walter when he was here at the castle. Now, there's a box inside of this home that is filled with her personal postcards, and according to employees and people who've lived here and stayed here, that box of postcards moves all throughout the house at all times. It's one of the most infamous ghost stories from this place, the moving box of cards. And yeah, I mean, just looking at the exterior of this home, you can tell, you get the vibe that it's haunted. I'd kill to be able to investigate here one day. Maybe we will. It just looks haunted, doesn't it?
Oh my gosh, it's so cool. I want to go in. I wish we could investigate.
The Gothic architecture.
Oh my gosh, it's beautiful.
It's so ornate.
It is. All the details. That's really cool.
Well, maybe one day.
Yeah.
Notice anything about this grave?
This one right here?
Bertie?
Well, she had a lot of kids.
94.
And
Oh, they all
94
died?
yeah.
Oh my
Wow.
gosh. They all died?
When they're
In the
dying of
same
fire?
year?
Fire or flood? The flood?
She murdered all of her kids.
What?
She's buried with her victims.
Dorothea?
No, wait a second.
Elise.
Elise?
She poisoned all of her children.
Oh,
my
wife. Oh, this is the
gosh.
husband
And the wife.
and the
She's the one
wife.
who poisoned all of them.
And then she lived another 3-4 years after they died.
Terrible.
Wow.
You don't ever really see not only the graves of murderers, but all their victims in one place.
Yeah,
Oh.
interesting.
So we're here at the Broadway Catholic Cemetery in Galveston. This is one of the most picturesque, most beautiful cemeteries in Texas, especially in May, June, April, when all the flowers here, you can still see some of the yellow flowers. This whole cemetery is blanketed in flowers and it's beautiful. But like I just pointed out to Mary and Jeff, if you notice on this tombstone, there's 5 children of Elise and Louise who all died in the same year. And at first people thought that it was some sort of weird coincidence, but something was off, and eventually they discovered that the mother, Elise, had poisoned her entire family, all of her children, and killed them.
So we need to talk for a second about Elise Alberti. She's the most infamous resident of this cemetery, and in local newspapers at the time of these murders, she was referred to as the Demented Mother. Now, according to reports, Elise Alberti began to change after the loss of her firstborn in 1884. As it turns out, her son Louis, or Louis, had died of lockjaw at the age of 7. Newspapers at the time reported that Elise Alberti was acting queerly or unwell. Shortly afterwards, she lost her 15-year-old sister to lung congestion, and people have suspected that Elise suffered from postpartum depression amidst the deaths of her son and sister. But when Elise Alberti's second child died, that threw her over the edge. According to reports, she became volatile, unpredictably daft, deranged, and violent. The people in her life at the time decided that she should be sent to her parents, who could oversee and perhaps help her overcome her bereavement. But after a few weeks spent with her parents, Elise returned home, and friends and family reported she still wasn't acting like herself. And so on December 4th, 1894, Elise called all of her kids into the kitchen in their home in Galveston and gave them a few sips of wine. Back then, it was a chilly winter day, and this seemed completely normal. In fact, Elise's husband was completely unapprehensive, and he even requested a bit of wine for himself. Elise's husband, Louis, also remained completely calm as he watched his wife pour his glass of wine from a completely separate bottle. Even as his children cried out that the wine contained morphine, Louis was unbothered. He didn't believe them. He thought they were just acting up. Afterwards, he returned to his workplace, completely unaware that Elise was in the process of murdering their children. Shortly after the wine incident, the 4 children were sent to their bedrooms, where they began to complain of cramps. In their beds, the 4 children began to screech, twist, shriek, and writhe, their bodies uncontrollably convulsed. And Luis, who ran from his workplace inside of the home, was absolutely shocked and terror-stricken when he noticed all 4 of his children writhing throughout their beds, screaming in pain. And eerily enough, according to Louise, while all 4 of the children sat screaming and writhing in pain, he looked up and saw his wife, Elise, remained calm, with her hands folded neatly above her lap, sitting, watching everything unfold. And when Louise asked his wife, Elise, what had just happened, Elise replied that simply she had poisoned the wine. She even told him that she herself had been planning to drink the wine as well, but she had been interrupted by his early arrival home. 4 of the Alberti's children would die that night, Willie first, then Dora, Ella, and last Lizzie. One child, Emma, was resuscitated by the hospital and survived, and the couple's 6th child, Wilhelmina, escaped altogether because she was studying in the south room of the household at the time and never heard her mother's calls to come into the kitchen. Obviously, Elise was then arrested, and when she was asked why she had murdered her 4 children, she claimed that she had been, quote, ill for the last 8 months, end quote. And she also said, quote, I could not fill my obligations to my babies. They are better off, end quote. Afterwards, Elise Alberti was sent to the San Antonio Asylum, where she spent a few years rehabilitating. Strangely, she was actually eventually released, and she then returned to Galveston, Texas, where shortly afterwards, she took her own and was then buried with the bodies of her victims, her own children. What a horrific, shocking story.
It's really interesting because it's just another side note in the bizarre, creepy history of Galveston, Texas, but you also never see murderers' graves like this, especially buried with their victims. We saw that with Lizzie Borden. You know, we went to her grave earlier this year and she's buried with her parents. Also in nearby Houston, there's Dean Coral, who's actually buried in a public cemetery like this. But yeah, this is just something you don't really see often, and it's really interesting, especially eerie. When you just see 1894, 1894, 1894, 1894, 1894.
She didn't poison them all at once, or was it over time in that same year?
No, I think it was all at once.
All at once. Oh.
Yeah, there's no days on there.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
Wow, very interesting.
And this place obviously is supposed to be haunted.
Oh, it seems like it.
The snails on the graves. You guys pointed that out?
Yeah, isn't that weird?
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen that. Whoa.
No.
Snails on the graves.
It's that
Wow.
warm climate. Oh, look at all the snails on that.
Oh, wow.
Weird. What? Look at this.
What?
Oh my god.
Oh, look at all of them.
Weird.
What the hell?
Oh, look, there's a race on that one.
That guy
Whoever
was
gets to the
that guy
top.
was winning up there. I like that. Departed this life. Look at, do you see that Mardi Gras one right there? I wonder whose that is.
Oh,
Let's go look at it. Whose grave is this? Oh shit, look at all those snails.
Oh my god.
Can't.
Is it died in 1880?
Eliza? Elizabeth? P.E. Oh shit, I knocked one off on accident. Elizabeth Percival,
But what year did she die?
1881.
I wonder, it must be something.
Elizabeth Percival.
Let's look it up.
Yeah. Let's include that clip now.
This grave actually turned out to have a really interesting story behind it that I had never heard before, and I've been to this cemetery many times. I'm just going to read you this passage that I found online about this grave. It's called Beads for Elizabeth. Having escaped from an abusive marriage to an alcoholic husband, Elizabeth Percival started a new life with her two stepdaughters, Florence and Jessie. She opened a restaurant serving the English dishes from her childhood and gained a loyal following of customers and friends in Galveston. So Elizabeth was a restaurant owner in Galveston of a very popular joint, and she had already been married to an abusive alcoholic, had escaped, and was living a prosperous, happy new life. But in March of 1881, that would all change. That March, Elizabeth and her daughters invited their friends to join them at their restaurant, which was right on Galveston's Mardi Gras parade route, for a night of fun, food, and fellowship. But they had no way of knowing that this night of revelry would end in tragedy. You see, someone was plotting something dark. As Elizabeth, her family, and friends ate, dined, and laughed inside of the restaurant that she owned and operated, her ex-husband, the abusive alcoholic, approached and hid amongst the floats and marchers in the Mardi Gras parade that was passing by the front of the restaurant. As the parade passed the restaurant with its loud colors and huge floats, Elizabeth's abusive alcoholic ex-husband emerged from between two floats, took aim, and shot Elizabeth in front of everyone who loved her. Her stepdaughters, who she had rescued from their natural father, were grief-stricken as they watched their mother bleed out and die right before their very eyes. So, as it turns out, Elizabeth Percival was murdered during Mardi Gras festivities, and to the present day, during Mardi Gras season, people leave beads on her gravestone as a show of respect and remembrance. All of that from a tombstone, a story I had never heard before. Really interesting, right?
See mausoleum here.
Mausoleum.
You can see in there.
Look at this one. All the fish, nautical stuff. Isn't that like coral? Or no, it's a reef. I'm stupid.
Oh, it looked like it though, especially with all the
Snails.
snails. Weird.
Called Snail Cemetery.
Nailsville, USA. All right, I think we're good.
You know,
Now, Galveston also isn't a stranger to serial killers and horrific murders. For example, there's the Texas killing fields, which we've investigated on our channel before, which, according to some people, involves the Galveston seawall area. For example, there's serial killer Edward Harold Bell, who was the first fugitive to be featured in the Texan rendition of America's Most Wanted. Edward Harold Bell is considered to be a very strong suspect in the murders of several young women near Galveston in the 1970s. In 1998, Bell wrote several letters to prosecutors in both Galveston and Harris counties, claiming that he had killed 7 teenage girls in their jurisdictions between 1971 and 1977. But strangely enough, despite these gruesome claims, the letters were kept secret until 2011, when they were finally revealed by retired Galveston homicide detective Fred Page to the public in an attempt to uncover any potential leads that could verify Bell's accounts. Strangely enough, despite several investigations into his claims, Edward Harold Bell was only ever charged with 1 murder, and on April 20th, 2019, he died from heart failure while in prison at age 79. His death was, according to reports, met with relief from both his victims and the other victims' family members, who believed that he was responsible for the deaths of their loved ones. And that's all tied into the Texas killing fields. There's also infamous killer Robert Durst, who owned a house in Galveston and lived there for a long period of time. I don't know if you guys have seen this, but the documentary miniseries The Jinx, which was released on Netflix back in 2015, actually helped play a part in getting Robert Durst arrested for murder. And one of his major cases happened in Galveston. While he was living there, his 71-year-old neighbor went missing. And shortly afterwards, Robert Durst was arrested in Galveston after body parts belonging to his elderly neighbor, 71-year-old Morris Black, were found floating out in Galveston Bay. Now, we could talk a lot about Robert Durst, but I actually visited his house a few years ago, so let's just check this out. There's also the case of the Powell murder mansion. I'm taking this from some reporting by the Houston Chronicle. The place in Galveston was called the Seabrook Murder Mansion. And to give you a little bit of history, William Bill List, a millionaire, built this 34,000 square foot home on a 4.5 acre lot that backed up to the Galveston Bay. Rather than using wood for the framing, the home was framed with 175 tons of steel, and steel burglar bars trimmed the exterior walls. Nothing about the home seemed inviting, and what was going on inside of the 3-story walls was far worse than the structure's curb appeal. The millionaire who built the mansion, William Gerald List, was a convicted sex offender. But that didn't stop him from picking up young men on Montrose in Houston and allowing them to stay at his house in exchange for favors. And in October of 1984, 4 disadvantaged young men who had been living in the List mansion turned on their quick-tempered abuser. The 4 men destroyed everything in sight inside of the mansion, from the china to the chandeliers. Hundreds of potted plants that grew in the 20,000 square foot atrium on the property were also broken. One of the men, a 19-year-old named Smiley, wrote on the wall, "Bill List is a very sick man. He is going to die. Smiley 1984. Afterwards, Smiley then posted up on the catwalk with a shotgun and shot William Gerald List in the head as he began to walk up the steel spiral staircase. In the years after these murders, this abandoned home became known as the Seabrook Murder Mansion. And I'm absolutely so sad that I never got to visit that property, because I could only have imagined what that energy would have felt like. There's also the grave of an infant who was murdered at the end of a lover's lane in the year 1950 that is buried on Galveston Island. There's also the history of Dean Corll, one of the nation's first widely publicized serial killers, who we're going to be talking about on this channel very soon because he's related to a much larger operation than just him killing people. But he's believed to have buried 7 of his 29 young male victims on a high island beach, which is nearby Galveston. There's also the case of Kimberly Trenner and Royce Ziegler, mother and stepfather of a baby named Riley Ann Sawyers, who were both convicted of capital murder in the death of the toddler known as Baby Grace before her remains were identified. The 2-year-old's beaten body was found by 2 fishermen on October 29, 2007, floating in Galveston Bay in a plastic storage container. A nationwide effort to identify the child led authorities to her paternal grandmother, Cheryl Sawyers of Ohio, who contacted the police after seeing a composite sketch by Houston forensic artist Louise Gibson. Trenner, Sawyer's daughter, had moved from Ohio to Spring, Texas to marry Ziegler, whom she had met playing World of Warcraft online. Ziegler allegedly disciplined his tiny stepdaughter with harsh corporal punishment. One day, when the child died after an all-day beating, Trenner told investigators that she and Ziegler packed her body into a plastic box, stored it for about 2 months in the Texas heat, and then eventually tossed it off the railroad bridge next to the Galveston Causeway. Even the day that we were filming this video in Galveston, reports emerged that an infant was found on the side of the road after having been dropped from the third story of a nearby hotel. Eerily enough, we had just gotten coffee at the Starbucks at the Kroger that's right near where this happened that morning. According to reporting, the mother of that toddler has now been charged with murder after her 17-month-old daughter was found with severe injuries, which included puncture wounds in the middle of a Galveston roadway. 30-year-old Channel Yonko of Houston apparently attacked her own daughter in the hotel room and then dropped her from the hotel's balcony. Now, there are just so many things to cover here. I mean, there are so many murders in Galveston. There's the history of that hurricane. There's the history of pirates. There's the bizarre history in general, the locations of those mass graves that have been lost to time. So many reasons why Galveston could be haunted. But we knew we needed to start our journey for answers. So we headed to an infamous local shop to begin our investigation. Ironically, we investigated a Christmas store for our Halloween episode. Trust me, the irony isn't lost on me, but let's cut to that footage now.
Hi, my name is Ginger Herder, and I have Strand Brass and Christmas on the Strand in Galveston, Texas. This is my best friend, Ellie Peters, and co-worker, and we're going to tell you a little bit about our hauntings. We are located on Strand Street, which used to be the Wall Street of the South. Yep, of the South, and this used to be a big shipping area and a lot of banking. Legend has it that this building in late 1800s, early 1900s was a saloon downstairs and a brothel upstairs. We have been told that the madam of the brothel herself on the third floor. We will show you that in a bit. We were told that when Prohibition started and things were kind of cracking down here in Galveston, that the operation was going to be no longer, so that's why she decided to herself.
And they're upstairs. You'll see the door. It used to be 3 stories, right?
Yep.
And the door to her bedroom is still there. That's the only thing left on the 3rd floor.
With a few stairs just going to it.
And we were told that there are marks on the wall of the number of clients that she had.
The customers.
Yes.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, yes. So
And
hopefully we can get up there and see
The
that.
previous owners of this building renovated it, and the floor was higher, and they
tore out the floor to make it street level, and found hundreds of wine bottles
under.
That's so interesting.
That I don't know.
What do you think that was from? Like Prohibition?
I would think so.
Or, I mean, who knows what their trash situation was back then? Maybe they just, who knows?
Yeah.
Who knows?
It's a lot of wine.
A lot of wine. A lot of wine.
Especially wine that you're going to bury.
Right? And if it was a saloon, I mean...
I would guess that they were empty.
Yeah, I would guess it.
That would be my
yeah.
guess.
All right.
Well, you want to walk around?
Sure. Oh, yes. Oh,
So, yeah, so today, our credit card total, you can see here, was 666.
Does that happen very often?
No.
Never.
And I've been saying for the past couple of days, I think she knows they're coming.
Yeah, that is really, really bizarre.
I know.
You know?
And
crazy?
you know, we say it's a she. We know the story, so we assume it's her.
Right, but we don't know that. Well, I was just going to say, I have not had that many experiences. The only one I can truly account for that I really felt it made my heart beat fast and felt really weird is this was probably 9 years ago, maybe, and just one other employee and I were here. And I clearly heard someone walking down the ramp in the back. So much so that I'm like, hey, Casey, do you need some help back there? And she was in the front of the store. And it literally made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. That's the one I have really can't explain.
It's always creepy when you hear stuff like that, like footsteps.
Like yesterday, Sunday, I was upstairs, and it was the end of the day, and I heard a ruckus in the little corner, and it just your whole body gets cold. And I got out of there really quick. I think we've all felt the chills, the look over your shoulder, there's a shadow behind you that shouldn't be there.
And several customers have felt and told us that they felt someone standing right behind them and turning around and there's no one there.
In the back, we had a customer say that I mean, just randomly said, we feel a presence back there.
They didn't know the history.
Had no
of the
idea.
building.
Had no idea.
So none of these people know the history.
Zero.
No.
They're all
No.
experiencing stuff.
Yeah.
It's
We
interesting.
put it on our sign about a week ago, ask us about our ghost Helen. So people are asking and they're very interested. We've told them about your YouTube channel and, given them the name, and people are, it's piqued their interest.
Yeah, but people that see stuff and hear stuff come to us not knowing a thing, and they're like, something's strange, that they feel something strange.
That would be very freaky, I gotta
Yeah.
say.
It's interesting. I don't think we've ever done, or I've even heard of a haunted Christmas shop. It adds just a unique element to
Well,
the whole thing.
and you just wonder, does she not like it? Does she like it? Does she want to hang out with us? Does she like?
Following you around, maybe.
I mean,
I don't know. And then, so, like, some days when there's a lot going on in the Consuela bags, or when things are coming off the back of the counter, we're like, what do we do to upset her? What's different
Yeah.
today?
and like the kids that work here have said, she's always way more active the closer it gets to Halloween. And these are kids that have worked here for years, and they just say these things. And
So do you think she likes Halloween more than Christmas?
I don't know.
It's an interesting
It is an
thought.
extra.
I mean,
But she hasn't been super active since we put the Halloween out.
no, and I have never noticed that, but the kids always say that.
So I'm just even an on paranormal question real quick. Why was the Christmas shop started?
There were two previous owners before us, and the original owner had a very small store called it's Occidental Trading Company, and it was nothing but brass, it was nothing but nautical, and she did that for years, and then she decided that Galveston may be missing out something. She added a small Christmas store to the back of her store. It was a
But
very small area.
It was next door.
Yeah, we were next door for 25 years. We've only been here going on 9.
After Hurricane Ike.
After Hurricane Ike. Well, we were here.
Well,
Yeah, after. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah,
that
so
was
it was just
2008.
it was just a previous owner that thought it'd be a good fit down here.
It's,
And then of course we expanded it.
well, it is interesting, I'll say, because Courtney, when we were walking down the street one day, you want to say what happened?
No, we were walking. Weren't we going to the or where were we going?
We were going to the candy
Yeah, we were
store.
going to the candy shop, and I passed y'all shop, and I was like, that place gives a haunted vibe. And then we went into the candy shop, and they told us that this place is haunted. And so I was like, that's so weird that when I was walking past it, I literally said it kind of gives a haunted vibe.
And I was next door earlier today, and I was telling them that y'all are coming, and she said, "Oh, we feel things all the time," and they think their ghost is a child, but I didn't get a story. So.
Yeah, I'd never heard that from them before, so interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's funny because I really do think that with all the stuff that's happened in Galveston, I mean, you have Native American history, you have pirate history, you have hurricane. I mean, the storm, it killed over 6,000 people in less than 24 hours, and then pretty much every building that was still standing was used as morgue. And so, I mean,
And the bodies, they
And
put
out to
them all
sea,
out to sea, and they all came back.
in.
What do you mean by that? I've never heard that.
After the 1900 storm, there were so many bodies. I don't really know.
They took
the
them. I don't know how
specifics,
they
but
took them out
They
there.
took them out,
and they all
came
back
back.
ashore.
They just decided to dump everyone's body in
I
the
guess
ocean?
so.
Yeah.
I guess so.
There were so many.
That's crazy to
Yeah,
think
was
of.
it
wasn't enough
6,000?
over
Yeah,
6,000
people.
Over
people.
6,000.
And that was pre-seawall, so there was no seawall, so the storm just it wiped everything out.
And back then there was no way to warn everybody that it was coming. So you read all these stories about the orphanage that used to be here and the kids that tied themselves.
I live in the house where my grandmother grew up, and it's been in our family since before the Civil War. And after the 1900 storm, they used boards that they found in the street to build the house back up. Yeah. And you can see that behind the sheetrock in my house.
That's so cool.
So I don't know, 5th, 6th generation that's lived in the house.
Okay, you
Wanna
want to
keep
go?
walking?
Neither one of us were here. But our coworker, who is,
Two of them.
I tried to get her to come tonight, but she's too afraid. But it just, I don't know if it flew off that or or the file cabinet, it just flew off. And I think they both kind of looked at each other and the customer was like,
what in the world?
That's crazy for customers and
we
employees to
have
see.
fans here. The air blows right here, but not
Nothing to
even close to strong enough to blow anything off.
That's crazy.
That is crazy.
That's really crazy.
We're close. Okay, do y'all want me to take you up?
Sure.
Up?
Yeah.
And we can tell you, people have said they feel her
In the jewelry.
They feel her right here.
What reason? I mean, you think it's
We
just...
We try to figure it out.
Maybe she's shopping for jewelry. Maybe she wants to look pretty.
And the bags that fall down and fall off the shelves all the time, like for some reason she does not like Consuela. No offense to Consuela, but something about it, she is not a fan. No, it's not constant.
And it's just some things we cannot explain. Some we can for sure, but some we can't. This is where the customer came and told us they felt a presence back right here.
And this is exactly where I
It
heard
was
footsteps coming.
randomly, she told us that. She knew nothing about
It was, and like, I mean, this ramp is loud, and it was like that loud. Like it couldn't be like next door. Yeah, I heard it myself.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Heard it myself.
This guy's kind of creepy. Ebenezer.
Oh, yeah.
Sure she wasn't feeling him?
We got a lot of stuff like that over there.
That's
Yeah.
cool. I love that.
This guy's a little more Halloween than Christmas.
Yeah, yeah. There's people around here. What?
Ooh. Oh, wow. Oh, that's crazy cool.
So I don't know where. Go ahead.
I don't think I've ever seen something quite like that.
There's the door, right? Mm-hmm. And there, and see the stair. Where are the stairs?
Well, I guess I'm crazy. I thought there were a few steps.
There are stairs.
I guess there were a couple. I guess I don't
But
know.
I didn't know that about
The notches.
Uh-huh.
And I don't know if that was. I don't know if that was
This
marked
has
up there.
obviously been painted over with some sort of silver paint, so I don't know.
If you would be able to see it.
And what Allison said, it sounds like that part might be there still, but I can't imagine.
But that is.
But this is where
she hung herself.
supposed. And you see the doorknob.
Yes.
And this is, I was right here. No, I was over here
And you
on
heard?
Sunday, and that's when I heard something over there. Yep.
Nope, I'm out.
Because the darker it gets, the scarier it gets.
So yeah, that's where the action happened.
So that's crazy.
we call this the ghost room.
We do.
When we store something in here, we put GR because this is the ghost room.
Really?
Literally. The kids
Yeah.
are scared to death of the ghost room.
Mm-hmm.
Why? Just so much
Just
stuff that's
because
happened?
it's just, I mean, because of the stories we tell, the things that we've heard, the things that have happened. When someone works here
And they see this, they always.
or we just say, okay, now we take them around. This is this, and this is the ghost room, and then you have to explain to them
Right.
why this is the ghost room.
So what experiences have people had in here? Even if it's not your guys' personal.
I'll tell you my thing. In here sometimes, and even in there, it's just a you just get cold. Just a chill comes over you, and it's just ugh. and it's just it's hot in here. I mean, there's no reason to get cold, but
Right.
it happens.
Right.
So that has been mine. I can't recall any stories that I've heard about up here for anybody.
I have not experienced anything up here like I have downstairs.
Yeah. It's just a creepy feeling. A creepy
And nobody
feeling.
likes to be up here by themselves when it's getting kind of dark outside. Some people don't even like to do it when it's light outside.
And the beam then that she actually used to take her own life would still be up there, right?
As far as we know.
Because all that wood looks to be.
Oh yes, like Ellie said. At most it's been painted. Nothing's been replaced or anything, to my knowledge. The only structural changes that I know of would be lowering the floor downstairs.
And Obviously, the third floor's gone.
Yes, I mean, obviously there's some woodwork over here, but I don't think anything.
There had to have been probably stairs.
Yeah.
So when you assume that if this was a brothel, maybe there were rooms here and she lived up there. Maybe she lived up there.
Yes.
For sure.
What was with the decision to keep the door? Do you guys know? Because it's really
No
I've never
idea.
seen something like that.
I
No
don't
idea.
know.
And that's
Crazy.
that's the question I always have. It's like,
Why
why
is it
didn't they
still
get
there?
rid of that?
Yeah.
Like they took down everything else.
But that
Floors and all of it, but left the door.
maybe. I mean, could it be a structural thing? I don't know. I mean,
I feel
you
like
do
away with
see
that.
a difference right there. See that those three?
yeah.
That there's
Yes.
a difference there. So I mean, I'm not a
Engineer.
Yeah, I don't know.
I feel like the stairs probably would have came down
Yeah.
right in here.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's really cool. And it's weird that it's attached to the macabre story as well. You know, it's not just like a story of what happened. Like you have the door to her room,
Right.
and
Right.
supposedly the notches.
Right.
That's
right.
crazy too.
Whoever painted all of that has got really good work ethic.
Well, I can tell you the brick is so old that it sheds.
Yeah.
We've had to redo it like 3 times downstairs. So I think that was their initial trying to help it,
Yeah.
because even after Ike in 08, I mean, you literally touch the wall downstairs and it would just crumble.
Wow.
So, what do you guys think's the most spooky area in here? It's kind of hot in here too.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I wish the ghosts would come through with a cold
Right?
spot or something.
I know. I don't get like I said, I don't
I'm
like it
gonna-
up here at night.
I'll tell you, right over there in that other room is where.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Really?
That's where I always get that cold feeling.
And I'm a little leery about
And
downstairs because of what I heard, because I don't know how to explain that.
Understandable.
I might be more in.
Yeah, whatever.
Might pay a little more attention.
You're like ignoring you.
Right? Yeah. I got work to do.
I'm the crazy one.
Wow.
Well,
So excited.
have you guys ever heard like a name associated with the story?
Nope.
We have not.
Nothing.
We made up a
Nothing,
name,
which
but
I would
that's it.
love to know if someone could.
What's the name you made up?
Helen.
Helen.
But since she was a madam in a brothel,
Her
our
last name.
coworker named her Helen
Bed.
That's good.
And we have a sign, Helen's
Yeah, it even
Hideaway.
says Helen's Hideaway on the door. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I love
Our friend and coworker Leanne Stubbs made up her name.
Correct.
One more question. Have you guys ever had a like paranormal investigation done here?
No,
Never.
No,
Never.
Never.
That's why I was
I'm
so
afraid.
excited that y'all.
I'm
would come.
afraid of the answers.
Not me. I might not come back.
This will be Ellie's last day. I'm glad y'all got to meet her. Yeah.
Well, that's super exciting.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay.
I think
I
we're
can.
good.
I can turn air on in this front room.
That would be.
Well, I don't know how much it'll help in
honestly.
here,
And
but
there, you've got windows. You can see the strand out there.
So right now we are beginning our night of investigating here in Galveston at Christmas on the Strand. This is a shop that, as you saw in the interview, Courtney and I and Connor, actually, we were all here for the 4th of July in Galveston, and that's what kickstarted this entire video concept. We were walking down the street to go pick up some ice cream, and literally while we were walking by, like Courtney said, she just stopped, pointed at this place and said, "This looks haunted." Then we found out shortly afterwards from one of the owners of another business that's close by that this place is supposed to be haunted. So it's really, really cool to actually be here and see our idea come to fruition. Also, I'm so happy, people, please show some love to have Courtney back in a video with us. She's behind the camera. Let's see, Courtney.
Hello, everyone.
Courtney, it's been a while. How are you
It's been
feeling?
3 years. I'm feeling good. It feels nice to be back. It really does. I'm excited for tonight.
People have been begging
I know.
to see
I
you.
know.
They're gonna
Thanks,
be so
everyone.
happy.
Love you
The
guys.
biggest one was Mary.
I know.
Mary
I'm
really
so
needed me back.
I needed Courtney.
She's like, a girl, please.
Much of this abrasive male energy
Yes,
around.
that's true.
Here we
much.
are, though. We're so excited. I'm really excited for tonight.
Yeah, and your family has history with Galveston.
Yeah, the owners actually know my grandparents, so that was really cool. We didn't know that, but yeah, they love my great uncle apparently. So Nice
So
little.
interesting.
I know, that's
Weird,
really
small
cool.
world.
It really is. It's exciting.
And to tease the people, you are working on something, a project that's
Oh my
coming
gosh.
that involves Galveston.
I am currently writing a book about a mob story in Galveston. So
Be on the lookout.
I don't know when
folks.
that's gonna come out, but I'm excited about it.
Well, Courtney, we love you.
Thank you, babe.
Seriously, we are so goddamn happy to have Courtney here. Seriously. But we don't have too much time. We're doing 3 locations in one night tonight. So we are going to immediately begin. And we have a special guest that's joining us. So let's go introduce her.
All right.
All right.
I'm Robin Shepherd. I work at the Witchery. I'm a medium, tarot card reader, and my family's been in Galveston since before the 1900 storm. So there's definitely entities pretty much everywhere, some stronger than others.
So I got a question before we start.
Mm-hmm.
So the premise of this video is that all of Galveston is haunted.
Yeah.
Do you think that's true?
Oh, absolutely. Did you see my chandelier?
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
Uh-huh.
that's crazy.
Yeah, and it was completely lit when we were looking at it. It was completely lit, but on the phone, the shadow turned off the lights. So yeah, no, there's entities everywhere, even in the Witchery where I read. There's a little girl underneath the table, and I have to clean the walls because she scribbles with a pencil.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
In the building?
In the building.
Scribbles on the walls.
On the wall. And that originally was a drugstore and then a malt store, and my grandmother used to frequent there, so.
A lot of family history here.
Yes. Oh, yes. My 2 baby great aunts are buried in the cemetery across the way. Yeah.
Well, do you think that most of the energy here is relating, or just a lot of it, to that storm?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Because, I mean, so many died. And when you have that much energy that leaves all together, and those were soul groups. So in my belief system, we make a contract, you know, before we're born, and what we're going to do, what we're going to achieve, how we're going to evolve, and then we come down to, unfortunately, my lifetime. I guess I chose a chaotic world, but you can learn more in a chaotic world than you can in a peaceful world. And so I have to believe that those soul groups chose to be born knowing, you know, before they came to be born, that they would be in this tragedy. But I think energy's always left behind, especially if it's emotional and attachment. So there's something definitely here, all the way up through the top.
Well, we are going to combine your walkthrough with an investigation. So when you start picking stuff up, or, you know, whatever happens,
Okay.
let us know, like, oh, this is definitely an area, and we can quickly set up some devices and see what we can pick up on.
I think this is definitely an area. She would have sat here.
Wait, what do you mean by that?
So the madams would write out tickets for what was paid for so the girls would know. And Galveston still has some, you know, tickets for prostitution. So I've seen those, I know. But she would want complete control over this area because I believe that this is where the staircase began. And I think it curved all the way up to that square. See that big square?
Mm-hmm.
And she will have wanted full control over who went up there and for how long. So she would have spent a great deal of time in this area.
That's so bizarre that they said that this is the place where it's like one of the strongest feelings.
Yeah, because
is
she
right
would
here.
have spent so much time here. And my understanding is as the storm came, they would go higher and higher and higher. I don't know if she died during the storm. I didn't do any research on this. But the fact that she hung herself, and there's still skylights up there. She hung herself so that when it would lock, she could see the stars. And I think that has meaning too. I don't know if there were any others with her. It's a shame they took down the, because that was a whole floor in that attic.
I think it's interesting, before you came, your guys' story about right here, the papers are all were thrown off.
Even that her favorite area is right
Yeah.
here by the
Literally.
jewelry.
It would have to be. I mean, she would have to sign off. So.
And you got to that feeling before they told you that.
Mm-hmm.
That's so crazy.
Yeah, in fact, I kept using the, see if you watch. See if that's closer? And I can't manage that. I can't, these are completely isolated from these.
Oh, yeah, we love dowsing rods.
So there's no, oh yeah, she was sitting right here.
Well, I think since this is a hot spot,
Okay.
Right there.
maybe we should set some stuff up real quick.
Sure.
Right there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right there.
I'm gonna put the REM pod there.
By the way, to whoever's here, I want to introduce myself. My name is Colin.
I'm Jeff.
I'm Courtney.
I'm Connor.
I'm Mary.
We're just here tonight to talk to you.
Oh, she liked that.
Slow.
She said slow.
You like to know who's here? My name is Robin. Spirit, do you want a spirit guide?
Choices.
I thought that said Christmas for a second. I was about to freak out. I'm really interested in trying to figure out what her name is.
George?
Torch.
George.
I thought it said George.
What is your name? Can you tell us your name? Why did you hear yourself?
Silent.
Did you hear that back there?
I heard something back there.
Travesty.
Silent
Well,
travesty.
you just said yourself as a travesty.
Yeah.
Silent
She's-
travesty.
Told me.
Benjamin.
Benjamin.
Benjamin? Who's Benjamin? Is Benjamin a child? Yes. What is it you want us to know about Benjamin?
Collaboration.
He was raised by everyone? Here?
Benjamin, if you're here, if you see these red lights, these little red balls, you can go touch them.
It's me making sounds.
Right there again.
Right there.
Yeah, we heard a sound over there.
And just another, you hear that knock right now.
Threat.
Threat.
Do you think we're a threat to you?
Judicial.
Judicial legal threat.
So maybe they think we're cops.
No, I'm not a legal threat.
Yeah.
Do you think we're here to send you to help you through and you don't want to go? Yes.
Found.
Let me ask real quick, if there is somebody or some energy that is here and you are back there towards the back of the shop, could you make some sort of a noise, a knock?
18.
Denise.
Maritime.
Maritime.
Oh my gosh. No roasting Courtney.
My first time.
Yeah.
That's a nice relevant.
Yeah.
Out
Yeah.
of that box.
Denise, 18, Maritime.
You're 18. Raymond.
Metal. Oh, my
Right?
goodness.
Metal, Raymond.
There.
There.
Is Denise the mother of Benjamin? Yes. She's Denise. She Denise.
I just heard another sound.
Should we walk back that way? Maybe bring.
The only threat would be me.
Film.
Fish.
It says film.
Oh, yeah, fresh fish off the dock.
Fish, maritime. Yeah, that's weird. What have we got?
I'm hiding here.
Oh, hiding here.
Ooh. Benjamin? Benjamin, are you hiding here? Do you get fresh fish off the ships?
Ash.
Yes.
Throughout.
Yes. And you have to hide?
Here, I'm gonna put this over here.
He's hiding.
I feel like the sound came from like
Back there.
over here. Yeah. That's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where I was getting.
Yeah. That's where I felt something too. Benjamin, if you're here, can you touch the lights for us? Show us that you're here.
Sorry.
No one's gonna hurt you.
Did you hear that?
Williams.
This is to low blood pressure.
Williams.
Williams.
Is that who gave you the fish?
Mock.
Mock.
What is it?
Mock.
Like we're mocking it.
No, Benjamin, I'm not mocking you at all.
I'm trying to get a...
Just good night.
Can you tell me how many spirits are here? What is it?
Pirates.
Pirates! No way!
What was I just talking about
There we
earlier?
go.
Maritime pirates.
Fish?
Oh.
So maybe it's an older ghost.
So,
Could be.
is this a pirate we're speaking to?
I mean, Benjamin's kind of a piratey... Not sound like stupid, but kind of a piratey name, right?
Sure.
What's Bluebeard's name? What's his name?
Bluebeard?
Or
Blackbeard.
Black. I don't know if it's Benjamin Blackbeard.
William
T.
William T.
Benjamin's a boy.
Oh shit!
We got William!
We occupied.
That's a pirate name too.
We occupied
I
this
still
land.
visit my family.
Maybe indigenous.
Where? Did they die here? What did you say?
What do you make of that pirate thought? You think that's in-
Benjamin's a child. He may be a child of a pirate. John Lafitte is... Maison Rouge is here. I mean, the foundation's still here. And his family, visiting his family, yes, absolutely still here. Benjamin, are you alone or are there people here with you? Touch the light, please. Benjamin, please touch the light. I don't want to move you. I don't, my guide will not take you anywhere. That's not what I'm here for. I just want to know who you are, who you're with. That's all. I want you to touch the light so I know you're here.
I keep trying to get a shot of you through here, and I just end up focusing on this shirtless.
Yes, this is original, and you're welcome. I will not take you.
It's asking if it's a ritual.
Is this a ritual?
Yeah.
No, no ritual. No ritual. Just me, my guide. That's all. I'm just interested in who you are.
So can we ask? Could you tap one of the red lights? Who's above us?
That was.
If there's
Openings.
Are you upstairs?
Yes. Pointing there.
What's your name? I'm gonna have to read this off.
See?
This is asking what's your name?
Well, my name is Robin.
Rich.
Oh.
Rich.
Decade.
A rich.
The rich decade.
Rich decade.
Yeah.
Back when.
Pirate booty.
I
I don't. I'm not talking about the booty. Okay, guys.
we're apprehensive.
Rich.
Yeah.
Like.
I I mean, even just like this used to be,
Victorian.
like gambling was a huge thing here.
You look the same.
And Galveston at one point was like the most profitable city in America. It was the biggest port town in all of the states.
It says performances. I wonder if this was a
Don't follow
brothel.
the voices.
Oh. If this was a brothel, I'm sure there was some sort of performances going on.
So showgirls, maybe.
What about a piano guy doing the saloon? Mm-hmm. You know?
Archibald.
We are watching you.
We are watching.
It's like, no.
Well, good. Can you touch a light then? Yeah. If you're watching, can you touch a light?
I'm gonna pass by.
All you need to do is walk up and go like this.
You don't have to be afraid of us. We're friendly. We're not going to hurt you. We just want to talk, hear your story. Whatever you have
We're
to
here
say
to
to
help.
us, we're here to help as well. We just want to get to know you a little bit.
Capital.
He's right there. Touch
Where?
the light. I know you're afraid of that light.
Budgets.
Wait, why are these things moving? Do you see that? Right here, this ornament.
Secret.
Dude, she just said that he's standing right here. And these two are moving.
And the other ones are.
No, none of these other ones are moving.
And she said to touch them.
Look at that.
But none of them.
I mean, that's kind of crazy, right?
That is very crazy.
Thank you, Benjamin. Can you touch the light for us? I know that feels uncomfortable, but
We make the noises.
We make the noises.
I mean, that's like really trippy because none of these are moving at all.
Below.
That one you said you've never really noticed
I have
moving
Not. I have not. Is that the
at the top.
This top one.
Wait, is this a fish? Look, it's a fish, dude. Like it was talking about fish.
Like a mermaid fish.
those are all mermen, and we have
Very few ladies.
women.
Do you believe in us? We do. Yes, we do.
Yes, I do.
And look, she's
And
fancy.
it's dressed like a showgirl.
Yeah, she
Oh
sounds
my
like so she's fancy.
Wow.
Oh, that's so weird. Accident.
Accident. Was there an accident here?
he's getting closer and closer to that light. Almost on it.
Benjamin, if this is you, please lean down and try to touch that little red light. Thank you for touching this fish toy thing.
What if the way where it is?
Are you here for me?
Yes.
We're here to talk to you.
Almost sounds like someone that could be afraid. Like, are you here for me?
That makes sense. We don't want to take you anywhere.
Bad.
You're
Bad.
not bad.
Secrets surrounding my death.
Is this Benjamin speaking? Yes. It's Benjamin.
Oh, man.
I'm not sure.
He's walking right around there.
How are you killed?
Donald.
Flyer? Boots.
Benjamin, buddy, if you don't touch this little red light for us, we're gonna have to start walking up the stairs. Can you please try as hard as you can?
I don't mind speaking.
Yeah, keep on speaking then. This is like a toy, Benjamin. Just a light. If you could just come up and touch it, it's not gonna hurt you.
Mother.
He's looking for his mom.
Because it looks like fire. That's why. It's not fire.
There it is again up there.
Seriously.
You think Benjamin could be the son of the woman who hanged herself?
I think he was the son of one of the women. That would not be unusual at all, but that would look like fire to him. Yes, yes, he's standing right there.
Garbage.
Oh, you didn't like the woman that hanged herself? No, oh.
Oh, no. Is that a no?
No, he did not like her.
Fall.
Fall.
Accident. A fall.
Benjamin, it's
Major.
Major fall. All right. Real quickly,
That's why he thinks he's bad.
we're going to do a voice recorder. So how we do this is all of us go in a circle, ask a question, wait 20 to 30 seconds, and then we'll go back
He's
and listen
dangerous.
to it. He's
I
dangerous?
once lived here.
Sounds dangerous here, maybe an entity that's here.
What if Benjamin isn't really a little boy?
Right.
No, he is. He's hugging me, see the...
Oh, that's so crazy.
I think it's weird that it's still a movie as well.
I know.
You hit that a long time ago.
Well, I also think like
It's me making sounds.
I also
said that
think
twice.
if there was like
I died.
I know.
if there was like
I used to live here.
I know.
Said it again.
Devices.
Different, two different devices.
I said I once lived here and I used to live here.
I was saying like if there was a madam that lived here, there was probably also a male that kind of worked
enforcer?
things. Yeah.
The bartender.
Yeah.
What if Benjamin was one of the children of the women working here and he fell down the stairs, tripped and died?
I think he's saying...
That's what you think?
I think Benjamin's her son.
All right, Benjamin. So, buddy, we are gonna play a little game right now. We're gonna ask you some questions and just try and answer them for us. All right? Just try to use your voice. Okay. If you're here with us, which we think you are, can you please say your name?
Can you tell me how old you were when you died?
Benjamin, it appears you live here. Do you like a certain place that you like to hang out most, like upstairs or downstairs?
What did you used to do when you were here?
Benjamin, it's okay. You need to tell them something. You're safe. It's okay.
Did your mother live in this building?
So, everybody here knows the female spirit as Helen. What is her real name?
Did something bad happen to you?
So you said I control this place and I passed peacefully while I've been waiting. Who? Is that you, Benjamin, or another name that you could give us that controls this place?
Whoever is here with us, did you experience a lot of negativity while you were here?
Do you like her, Benjamin? You're peeking at her. Do you like her? Does she remind you of your mother?
Do I remind you of your mom?
Is there someone else here that died in this building? Can you tell us how you died?
You like her too. Can you tell us how you died?
Is there maybe a client of the brothels here? Upstairs.
Yeah, all right, let's listen.
It's kind of interesting. It's,
Oh, that was so weird. Every
Said you
time
looked
one
the
of you
same.
spoke,
Colin.
it went to
Really?
yes.
I saw that. Yeah, that was really bizarre.
Yeah.
Do you feel like it's giving us the vibe to get upstairs?
I feel like this is the child. He only likes women. And yeah. Okay. Yes. I think upstairs.
What were you gonna say?
Excuse me. Just says I'm losing energy, but when Courtney was saying, do you look like the wife or the mother, I guess, it says, you look the same. Yeah, it actually disappeared.
Weird.
You look the
Look
same.
like the mom.
I don't want to interrupt
Look
while
like her, that's why.
you were talking.
He peeked around and looked at you, and then when Mary talked, he peeked around. He turned right and looked at you.
Wow. I got chills from that. That's crazy.
Well, should we listen to this EVP before we go up?
Yeah.
Hey, you're here with us. Which we think you are. Can you please say your name? Can you tell me how old you were when you died? Benjamin, appears you live here. Do you like a certain place that you like to hang out most, like upstairs or downstairs?
Up.
What did you do when you were here? Did your mother live in this building? So, everybody here knows the female spirit as Helen. What is her real name?
Did you see Helen?
Something bad.
At the very end.
I swear to God. Listen. It sounds like it goes. Right there.
Did something bad happen to you? So you said I control this place, and I asked peacefully. Well, I'm waiting to who? Is that you, Benjamin, or another name that controls this place? Robert, you were talking. You experienced a lot of negative exposure.
What's that?
I don't know.
Do I remind you of your mom? Is there someone else here that died in this building? Can you tell us how you died?
There's something right there.
These are all moving and I didn't touch them.
That's what I was going to ask. Like all the
Filming.
look at all.
He's listening.
There a client of the brothels here?
He's right there.
Our voice.
I know. Oh shit, where'd the battery go?
Where's the other one pod?
Yeah, hold on.
Yeah.
It's up there.
It was not on a minute ago.
What wasn't?
And it's on now.
Wait, what?
It turned on. I don't know how to.
Oh,
Here.
okay. The bottom.
We've all been up here in the dark, and that was not on.
That? Oh my god.
Oh, what? That just turned on?
Just walked up here, and it was on. It was not on earlier.
What was it?
That light
Did it
right there.
without the light.
I don't remember seeing that. Do you?
It wasn't on.
It was not on.
Wow.
Whoa. And this is where
Wait.
she hangs out.
Ran out of batteries 3 days ago.
Things have not been working.
It has not lit up
Really?
for, yeah.
In 3 days?
It has been very weak and it's hard to make it come on.
Wow.
It's maritime.
Well, that's actually
It is the
insane.
ocean.
Maritime,
Yeah.
ocean, fish.
It's crazy we got pirates.
So, just real quick before we go upstairs, just to get you, make sure we have the audio. So that was not on before.
That was not on. I've walked back and forth here several times, and I was just heading back to y'all, and it's on.
And it hasn't been on in days.
We've been out of batteries for 3 days and that one is very hard to get to turn on sometimes and it's never that bright.
That's crazy.
That's really bizarre. Maritime, ocean, fish.
That's where he was.
Yeah.
Mhm.
True.
In the same area too where you were saying this thing is.
Yeah. Wow.
What reason? I mean, you think it's
We
just...
We try to figure it out.
Maybe
I don't
she's
know.
shopping for jewelry. Maybe she wants to look pretty.
And the bags that fall down and fall off the shelves all the time, like for some reason she...
Well, guys,
Go up?
let's walk upstairs. Little girl sings.
Here. Take yours.
Well, how long, guys?
Y'all, remember I told you when I went next door earlier, she said they have a child. Their ghost is
Maybe
a
that's
child.
here.
Because I was telling her that y'all were coming, and she said, oh, well, our ghost is a child. That's all she said. So Benjamin.
Which I've never heard of
Ma-
them ever having a ghost.
And you know, there's a hole in the wall upstairs
Really, that goes to their place?
next door.
I
She said it's a
there's one back
child.
here too.
Remember, it also said openings.
Oh yeah, it did say that.
No, ma'am. Because back here, I thought.
I think you guys said that on camera during the interview, right?
Yeah, okay, maybe I did. I don't
But I mean, like, just that's so weird. It really is pointing to a child. Especially with what you're feeling this whole time.
Oh, he
too.
was hugging me and then peeking behind me and looking at Mary and the other, the pretty brunette. He really liked her. And I think that reminded him of his mother. But I don't think he liked the madam. I think that he would come sneak down here to see his mother and probably some of the other women that took care of him. But upstairs would be where he... And we did ask him to touch something. What was the other numbers that you asked? You asked how old he was and he answered 7. There's 3 ships there blinking. Does that have any significance to what you asked? You said how many people are here, but there would be more than 3.
I don't know, but that's freaky. That's so bizarre. Like, I should turn this light off so people can see. That.
What does the sign say?
Nothing.
Oh, it looks like there's some. No, but look at the top.
Yeah, I see what you're...
See the top? Thought your lake,
it's just
Colin?
the plastic.
It looks like there's actually some
But
writing
that's
up
kind
there.
of odd because it's a daytime picture, yet you can still see the lights from the ships.
Oh,
Right.
that's true.
Huh?
You know, that is an intriguing concept. Well, he thrives on fear.
He thrives on fear.
Okay.
I don't think that's Benjamin. I think he's talking about someone
different
else.
person.
Yeah.
I mean, seems like
It
there's
could
a
be.
lot of
It
spirits
could be.
here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I think.
Well, you want to walk up?
Yeah.
Okay.
are you?
Just the other guy is. Yeah. Oh, just
The owner said that this is like feels haunted to her in here, but yeah, we're starting on that. You want to turn the lights off? Look at that door, Mary.
How sure is she herself? What did you say? How sure are you that she herself?
I think that's.
I mean, that's just what they told us. There's no historical record of that occurring.
See the same square, and then those are definitely skylights. And that would have been where the women slept, you know, when they're not working. And you have the same square below.
That's a bar across the street.
Oh. Okay. Paralyzed. Were you just touching that red light? Can you show up on my camera for me? This is just, again, like a toy. It's like having fun. What am I supposed to say? Hey, I'm a little rusty. It's been a while.
Oh, what the hell?
Whoa.
Maybe it is.
Please show up. Please show up.
Maybe it likes when we laugh with it.
Yeah.
Do you miss people laughing?
Should we all try laughing again? And
Don't
see what
go
happens?
back there. Wait. Don't go back there.
Oh, what? Don't go back there?
Don't go back where? There or there?
I'm gonna assume the creepy dark room right behind you.
Oh, stop. Don't move. Okay, wait. Don't move. Colin, if you see this? Okay.
Grandmother.
Okay, Colin, if you want to, you got it, Connor. We got to figure that's over to your, that way. On the wall.
It's next.
Yep, your hand. Okay, can you touch her hand? Oh my gosh, it did. It went right to your hand. Right there. Do you feel any sensation? Oh, look at that. Do you see that? Can you touch her hand again? You can touch it.
I shouldn't be dead.
Oh, look at the hand. Oh my gosh, look at this.
I'm so sorry.
And it's hanging actually, right? Connor, would you say or what? I mean,
its
Courtney?
head's above the door.
Look at, it's long.
And its legs are off the ground.
Who is this touching her hand? Florence.
What?
Oh my God.
Okay. Florence.
Look at that. It made a green circle around her hand. It's joined by you. It's joined to you right now.
Florence, were you the madam of this place?
Night.
Look at how
Night.
look at how high above it is.
Yeah.
How high above her it is. Oh, look
I
at.
got Gregory.
Gregory.
Are you the woman who herself? Can you make these lights go off or give us any kind of sign that that's true?
Is it still holding her?
It's higher. It's. If you want to see it,
It's big.
Yeah,
Colin.
it looks like it would be like a man.
It's over your head. It's actually
take this?
its whole arm. Look at this over. Colin, look at how long this is staying together with her.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah, it's way over her head. This maps out
You're
her
right
people.
here.
Why is it so big?
Ah, look at it grew. It's huge. Yeah, you can't even touch the hand. It's above the door
We're
frame.
lost here. It says.
We're lost here?
Like,
So
why
I'll
is
just
it?
stay very quiet for about a minute.
Oh,
If there is somebody here, if this is Florence, possibly Gregory, Benjamin, Helen, if there's somebody here and we can see you, can you please make a sound somewhere
in one of these rooms so we know where to go.
Always.
Oh gosh, look, it surrounded her.
Of course, it said. He said, can you make a sound?
Courtney, look at this. It's surrounded you. Look at, oh, it's on top of you now.
Oh shit.
It's on your body.
On top
It's
of
on you. I don't know if you sense anything, but
It's inspecting me. It's okay.
wow.
You're safe.
I like to play games.
I've got like total
She does.
here, man.
Should we try laugh again and see what happens? Maybe they wanted that.
Jeff,
All right.
tell a joke.
Yeah, Jeff, get us a good joke.
Well, there was a man.
Oh, it wants it. Oh my god. It really wants it.
Give us a good one, Jeff.
Hootie coming down the plank. And, hey, you want the story? Come on. Oh, it's gone. Look at
Shit, it disappeared.
Maybe you didn't like you didn't like the story.
Tim,
Ah,
was this the room?
that was crazy.
Like this is artificially here, but was this the room? Benjamin and his mother,
Ginger, if you want.
or did
Oh,
they play in a
disappeared.
particular room? Because
Sorry.
this would have been the I did see them.
What you did too.
Let's do the quiet thing one more time because we didn't really get to do it.
Right.
Dude, it wants us to. Or it wants us to. Let's just all sit, no matter what happens. Nobody say anything for... What the fuck? Alright.
My name is Mildred.
My Aunt Mildred?
Oh,
That's the madam.
Is your Mildred?
My Aunt Mildred? That lived in Galveston?
Oh no, I got Martha.
Martha Mildred?
Mildred and Martha.
It was very like, my name is like, it not just giving us a name, but telling us.
My name is Mildred.
Right.
Is that Mildred who's in the room with us?
that's me. That's me. Sorry.
Did you work here?
No.
Just looking directly at you.
So what is that? What do those rods mean when they
I
point?
will talk to you.
Oh, did you hear that behind you?
I will talk to you.
Wow. See, they're back.
What do you mean? Oh shit! Look.
Okay, look at it. It's on. It's on. It's in between you and Connor now. Oh, it's right. Look at. Look at.
Mom, you heard that, right?
Yes.
Abandoned hope.
It's almost like abandoned ship.
It says I like using this.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, maybe.
Do you like talking with us?
Maybe he likes this.
Like abandoned hope too sounds like something like a pirate or somebody who's stranded.
Abandoned
There's
hope.
more
all
than
ye
one
who enter
person here.
Isn't that the ghost of the Galvez? She looked out and
Yep.
and they died at sea a lot.
Oh, she herself too.
Oh, she
Yes.
Oh, that's interesting.
They
Connection.
they lost hope because my great grandfather sailed a ship to Mexico and came back and forth. So that was a thing.
Interesting. So then that makes me want to ask Helen or whoever's up here. Actually, since it wants to talk to you, Courtney, why don't you ask if somebody that they loved went out to sea and never came back? Maybe that's why she herself.
Okay.
This thing's jump. Oh my
Yep.
gosh, you see it?
Yep.
Look at it. It's down below your. It's at your feet. Can you get that, Connor?
Is that Benjamin?
Look at that. It's really small below you.
Nope, no, it's perfect.
Oh,
Did you hear that in there? Oh, that might have been the dowsing rods.
do you sense anything?
Yes.
It's on your body again. Yeah, on down on the lower, and that's come up towards your midsection.
He wants you to hold him.
Walk forward.
Into the room. You, Courtney.
Okay.
Why don't you ask her?
Did you have a loved one that died out at sea? And that's why you yourself? Did you yourself because a loved one died at sea?
I want you to walk forward.
Were you really sad?
What the fuck was that? Jeff and Connor sharing content.
That's really weird.
Here. What's your
Connor,
passcode?
what's your passcode?
You know.
I want to ask whoever we're talking to if this is Helen. I think we're. Or Mildred. Did the woman who herself up there do it because a lover went out to sea and never returned? You can answer yes by saying it out loud, knocking on something, moving something.
Can you come and touch one of us? Grab our hand. Make a noise so we know that you're here with us?
Look at these. Look at this. Look at this. These. There are
like
these
he's
black
hiding
lines. There are these black lines that are gone. Did you see those? Like coming out like spears. There it is. Colin. They're like that.
Are there any women here that used to work up here?
I just have to wait.
I just heard something behind.
That was in the back corner.
Are you over in the back corner? Can you make another sound for us?
We have to go soon, but we were just curious. Did the woman who was found in here hurt herself, or was she hurt? Why do you say that?
I feel it.
Like she was.
At first I thought that she was away with the skylights so that she would see the stars, but I'm getting from my guide, it's like not for the stars. Not for all the stars. Like, no, not for all the stars or not for all the money in the world. And then she was there, I think, as a warning to the girls, because that's where they slept. These were where these were the bedrooms decorated for where they would do their business, but that's where they slept. So
I've always had the feeling that she's sad.
Mm-hmm.
She's not happy.
Really?
Mm-mm. Yeah, she's not happy.
Anna.
Maybe these are all the prostitutes.
Mm-hmm.
Anna, Mildred.
Yeah, that makes sense. There hasn't been a ton of male names.
Just a
Like,
little
yeah.
boy.
Interesting.
A little boy who likes pirates.
Or
Edward.
Oh, what?
Edward Teach. Just said that. There's not a lot of males.
All right, pirates.
Yeah. Did you know Edward Teach? Did you hear stories about Edward Teach?
who's Edward Teach?
Black pirate. Want to walk back a little bit?
10 minutes.
All right.
It's so weird to think about, like, the people that would work here in the day, and this is literally what they would see.
Right.
Help me.
Oh. What do you need help with? Experiment.
Experiment.
What kind of experiment?
It just said help me. Do you have any idea what she would want help with?
She?
Or he?
There are a lot of souls here.
Knock.
Knock?
Oh.
is there a hidden hideaway? Yeah, I did.
What was that?
Like a dog.
Yeah, like a
Yeah.
like a
So in a
whimper.
lot of these buildings and most houses in Galveston, there are, especially if they were captains or seamen of the first class, there would be little hideaways in the houses. And sometimes when they're remodeled, those get taken away. But there was always hideaways, always little compartments that they didn't notice until they like took out.
That's what the whole first floor, they took the floor out and
Yeah.
found a bunch of wine bottles.
Yeah. So, but there would have been. Oh, there's a hideaway in the elevator? I didn't know what an elevator was.
There wasn't an elevator here.
Yeah, there's an elevator.
There is an
Out there.
elevator?
We walked by it.
Really? I was downstairs, so
We walked right by it. When you came up here, you just walked by it.
Bulkhead here too.
It's okay. It's kind of easy to
See
miss.
that? So maybe the children were allowed here because that would have been hidden.
Skeletons.
Skeletons.
You think there could be a body buried here?
We have to leave here soon. Is there anything else you want to tell us?
So why do you think it could be sad and saying "help me"? Oh my God, you scared me.
I think there's a lot of reasons it could be saying help me. I mean, it's interesting that there's a door there. Like typically there wouldn't be.
Mm-hmm.
So did she lock them in?
That's true. You mean the women?
The madam, did she lock the women or the children? Because there's a double bulkhead back there. So there's this door. I'm wondering if there was a wall and door there too. Did she lock them in? Because why would the children say, help me?
And the kid has been a little afraid all night, but he likes Courtney and Mary.
Mm-hmm.
I'm even thinking maybe they would lock the kids in the room because they didn't want the kids to see
Right.
what maybe their moms were doing.
Because they
at
said we're
night.
not
Yeah.
nasty. Yeah. And they would be further away from anything up there to mix in with the street noise.
And why do you think it likes Courtney?
I think that Courtney reminds. See, look. These are swivel. Like there's, I can't make it turn around, right?
I'll get you.
What?
I don't get you.
I'll get you.
Does Courtney look like your mother? This is your chance to communicate. It loves you. Is there anything around her?
He's got it off.
Turned off.
Sorry.
We live in the shadows. Children spirit deaths.
Children's spirits.
Yeah, see, I told you. I told you. See,
Oh, that's
he
freaking weird.
often will hug me when he gets scared when we move.
Yeah.
But he really likes you.
That's what you felt when you walked by.
Christmas store, so you'd think children obviously love Christmas.
Right.
I like Christmas.
Well, you're a child.
Connor's just a big kid. He never really grew up.
Christmas.
Yeah, kids
Yeah,
love
even the kids next door might come over because this is super fun, you know?
There's a hole. There are holes. They don't probably need a hole, but
Well, guys, my camera's about to die. So why don't we wrap it up and go downstairs for final thoughts?
Okay.
Jeff.
Notice that.
Jeff.
Dates over it.
What is it?
Jeff, look.
Oh, Colin, thank you. Did you get me that?
Yeah.
I got you.
Me. Shoplifting it right in front of me. We're not that close, Colin.
Yeah, believe me. He didn't know you. He didn't know you were there.
Right. Yeah, I know, but this is the one that goes right behind this piece of furniture. See this? The door. And it opens. You can crawl right in there to the elevator.
What did you just say to us? You heard the elevator thing?
I heard the elevator and I heard the compartment, or I don't know what the other word was, but there is a door behind here that opens and you can actually crawl in right under the elevator.
Have you ever dug under there?
I've been under there once, but I didn't stay long.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow, that's
Yeah.
so interesting. Right here.
Yeah.
Is that the door? Right there, that little. Huh? Part 2.
Part 2.
Part
Can
2.
open there and crawl right
Man,
underneath
that's
there.
interesting.
Yep.
Right, you guys. So at the end of the night, before we leave, what are your thoughts about what we just discovered? You were kind of watching the whole thing. And how was the first ghost hunt here?
A little scary. I mean, good, but a little scary. Still can't get back the picture that's still on without the batteries working. And hearing the different noises and the lights going off and
I didn't
the
think
words.
I didn't think it was scary.
Okay.
But I didn't think that there was more than one here.
You did or did not?
I did not.
You didn't before this?
No, I
Now you
think
do.
now there are children and a lot of madams.
Females of some sort?
I don't know. I don't want to say madams, but
Right. A lot of females. Workers.
yes,
Mhm.
yes.
You did
Employees.
Say,
We'll go.
hose before.
I didn't want to say prostitute.
I heard her too.
So,
I want to say thanks for coming, y'all. This is very, very interesting.
And I'm ready for part 2.
Well,
We need to go in the cabinet under the elevator.
yeah, let's. If you guys want to see that, leave a comment.
Yeah, part 2.
We
is
need to
just
spend the
lock you
night.
in the building by yourself with all of our devices.
Okay, you better give me some
And
alcohol.
then you
Give her
can
a
dig
bottle
up the elevator.
Yeah.
Get under there. and
I could, yeah, okay.
We'll just sit outside.
We just can't wait to tell our coworkers.
It's very interesting. And we can't wait to.
It's fascinating.
We can't wait to tune in.
One.
And why not believe, you know? Why not?
You have brand new fans.
Exactly.
Well,
Yeah,
We're so glad we came to
thank you guys for having us.
absolutely.
Merry Halloween.
Merry Halloween.
All right, so what are your wrap-up thoughts at the end?
There were a lot of souls up there, especially upstairs. But the little boy Benjamin, he came across so strong. He was probably the strongest spirit, and I don't think his mother was up there as a spirit. I think there was a part where he said, "I'm with my family," and I could feel that, like there was, the women took care of him, and he missed his mother, and so that's why he kept looking at Courtney.
That's so interesting. They really did seem drawn to Courtney.
Very much so.
Do you think it was just Benjamin that was drawn to her, or Benjamin and the women too?
I think the women too. The women were drawn to Benjamin. Benjamin was the strongest soul by far. And I think what he was saying was he was giving you names. I think there was a part where we were standing that there was a room where, you know, he knew his mother used, but he was the strongest spirit by far. I do not think he liked the madam. I think that he did not like her, that he probably was locked up by her, I felt. There was something that shifted when we moved upstairs. So I felt
that too.
Mhm.
And then I guess last question would be, you think, based on what you were feeling plus the other evidence, it was less of a and more of...
I think it was a murder. Absolutely a murder. I think that I kept hearing, for all the stars, for all the money. Can't quite get that phrase right. I know it's for all the money in the world, but, you know, not for all the money in the world. But also something about not for all the stars in the sky. And I know that sailors made up songs about the astrological signs so that they could guide. But it sounded like he was telling me no. She said absolutely not. And the man hung her.
Weird that it didn't seem to like to interact with men.
Mm-mm.
It was responding to you, my mom, to Courtney.
I think that's why he was afraid. I think he was afraid of men in general because of what he saw. And that phrase of "we're not nasty" was so very much him. I mean, we're not. like she told him that we're not nasty. This is our job. It's not bad. So he was a good spirit, restless, just like a 7-year-old boy would be. And who wouldn't want to be in that store if you're 7?
Makes sense. Well, thank you so much for coming out. We really, you added so much to this.
Yeah, thank you.
Seriously. I'll have to do it again sometime.
Yeah, anytime.
You guys are awesome.
Hey everybody, it's Colin here. Thank you for watching today's video. Hello to all the new subscribers and hello to the rest of our beautiful, wonderful, spooky family. As you know, every single week here on the channel, we give away a free gift bag to one lucky viewer of the show. And this week, to enter the contest, all you have to do is like today's video, let's smash that like button, and comment Happy Halloween in the comment section below. I'm going to give y'all 10 seconds to do this now. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So go comment. You can comment multiple times. It helps the video so much. But anyways, let's get back to today's video. Thank you for listening to my little spiel. I love you guys so much and stay spooky. So after investigating the Christmas shop, we knew that there was something there. We knew that there was energy. And we seemed to be making incredibly intelligent contact with something or someone that was in there. Seemed like even multiple spirits. But we were investigating the entire island, not just one shop. And so we packed up our gear, headed down the street to another part of the Strand, Galveston's downtown, and began our second investigation of the night at an infamous haunted Italian restaurant.
So hello, my name's Don McClarty. I'm co-owner of Riondo's Restaurante here on Galveston Island with Chef Rico. We've been here for a little bit over 10 years. We're located down here on the corner of 24 and Strand. We're in a beautiful 1895 building created with the Hutchins ceiling emblems on the outside. Used to be one of the first insurance buildings and also one of the first banks in Texas. So this corner has been Italian restaurants for over 40 years. We had Nash D'Amico's down here for 17, Luigi's had it for 10, and then myself and Rico have been here for a little bit over 10 years. So Galveston's a great island. Moved here from Park City, Utah. So it's been interesting owning a restaurant down here. So. In the restaurant, before it was a restaurant, it was a bank. You can kind of tell by the way the bar is structured. So the tellers used to be behind there. We also move into here where you got the back side of the safe.
Oh, I didn't even notice that.
Which is right here. So before it was a bank, they used to house cotton in here. So the cotton used to come on the railroads, used to be on this back road where Harborside was. And so this is one of the door safes right here as you look. And if you walk in here, I'll show you the actual vault. And so in here, this is where this vault used to go a little deeper next door. Now there's a retail store. But the back side of this vault is pretty impressive. It still has the original steel from early 1900s. You can tell with the concrete ceilings and stuff like that, there's no ventilation in here, which will be kind of interesting when I share my story with you all, what happened over there in the corner at one time. Also, we had a guest, now that I think about it, a guest was sitting here, a young lady and her husband. So the servers are always there. And then, so they would present food in the evening, like boom, boom. And the lady was like, called me the next day, said, hey, we had a wonderful experience with your restaurant. Is there anything weird like in your restaurant? And I go, well, there's lots of things that are weird. But so the lady kept telling me that all night on her left shoulder that somebody kept tapping her and her husband was not tapping her. And she's like, yeah, there's some stuff going on in that vault. And then I was sitting over here in the corner at one point with a young lady and her son. And Owen, if you step out here for a second. Jackson, come here. So we're sitting here like this. The young lady was sitting here. And all of a sudden I see like the young kid has bangs like this, right? So he felt like he blew his bangs up, like we went like that. But as soon as he did that, the candle was like flickering like crazy, like super crazy, like that almost. But not the glass wasn't shaking, but the candle was like flickering like that. So I'm like, how did you blow with the candle and flick your hair up at the same time? And we all just kind of, the three of us looked at each other, and then I swear, all of a sudden this cold air just blew the candle out like a gust of wind. And there's nothing in here. There's no air vents in here. So that was like one of my first experiences. We all just sat here and went like, what was that? That was wild. Because it literally, like, his bangs went up, the candle like was flickering super hard, gust of cold air, candle went out, and we're like, all right, that's cool.
And it had to be coming from different directions to blow the hair up and the candle out.
I was just impressed without even thinking about a ghost. Like, dude, how'd you do that? How'd you go like that and then blow the candle at the same time? Because it was exactly time. But then the gust of air came through, and it was like, and this is the other side of the vault. And then the other side of that, it's like a little wine room with no, it's not like I have a cooler in there or anything yet. But, so that was pretty.
How long was it, like, after like the candle was flickering, how long did it take until the gust of wind? Like,
Second, like 1001, 1000 gust of wind.
Good question. That's a great question.
Yeah. So yeah, it's pretty crazy. So yeah, so this is the inside of this wine locker or wine nook is also the original. You can go in there and look to the right, but that's the original door as well.
That's so cool.
So yeah, we just there's a lot of people have little stories in here, and I just went upstairs to turn the lights on for you all, and of course you always get goosebumps when you're up there by yourself. And so we've had wine dinners upstairs, and we've had ghost dinners up there. So they've done little summings, that we call it. Yeah. Summoning. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. And so we can go up there and take a glance.
Yeah.
For sure.
Okay, cool. Yeah, come on upstairs. So this is neat stairwell. If you can see, Jackson, step to the right, please. Nice little architecture, design work on these are slate stairs that actually are worked in from the constant walking up and down the stairs. People come on the ghost tour to shoot up this hallway, and people have seen little white dresses like in premonitions and stuff. One time I was walking up and something grabbed my ankles, and I'm joking.
I've never seen stairs quite like this. This is so cool.
It's super cool that they're all worn down. Yeah, right?
Yeah, this feels a little spooky.
Yeah, I get like. So another lady came in one day for lunch downstairs, and she was like, I totally feel something in your restaurant. And I go, yep, probably so. And she goes, can I come back tomorrow and take a look at upstairs? Because upstairs is usually like the ghost tour. So I brought her over here, and this is also where they used to have a safe up here. So it's the original door. And so, original door. And so I was like, come on in, this is like just behind the bar, right? So it's just behind the bar. So it has like the original steel and everything in here, like so. But when the lady was standing out here, she would not come back here. She wouldn't even walk past that door. And I've never seen a lady's arms with long hair like that before, but it was standing up like 1.5 inches. Literally like a cat. And I was like, it's okay, it's just a bar, come on back here. And she's like, nope, weird stuff is back there. So that was...
It is kind of cute. This little area.
It is a different vibe.
And so this is where the lady in the white dress, you hear a lot of this painting.
Yeah, this up too.
I love the chandeliers.
So this is kind of neat, like the hutches are on wheels. So these things push out, so you could push them out to the walls, and it opens up the room. But in here is where the lady, I'm sure she has a name, but was pulling bodies through the windows in the 1900 storm. Sometimes people have shot a picture against the glass, and you see a big, and I've seen this before in somebody's phone, but it's like the top of the lady's white dress, skinny belt around her waist and then flares out for a white dress. Like it was kind of odd because you don't think you have an 8-foot ghost, but it was kind of covering that whole window right there. But this is the room, and the alarms are on in the other building, so we can't really go out there, but it's, maybe tomorrow if you guys want to walk through there, it's got some cool shops and stuff like that as well. But,
so can you explain the story of the woman pulling the bodies in?
I guess, the 1900, this used to be called Little New York. Was the richest part of the country, United States, and it was Little New York, I guess they would call it. And so richest port and everything at that time. 1900 storm, they, from what I remember, they didn't have technology to tell you to get out, so they kind of got sideswiped, if you will, like blindsided. And so the island took on a tremendous amount of water. Maybe Bradley knows the story better than I do.
So we're up on the second floor. So if you look down, if you want to get a shot, you can actually see how high the water would have had to have been to where you could pull someone in through the window. I mean, we're talking 30 feet high. So Ike was about 9 feet in this area. So about triple that. And Ike put the island out of commission for 6 months or so. The Tremont Hotel was closed for 2 years because of Ike, and that was just at 9 feet of water. So you can only imagine 30 feet high. It was absolutely crazy.
And that's the seawall wasn't built then, so the water
just came right in, right over the seawall, and then you've got the ship channel on this side, where it just came on this side too, and it was just there was nowhere for the water to go.
So the water was so high that there were
They were
bodies floating, and they were.
Yes. The window obviously was up.
There was
and you
people
could
asking for help. There was also people supposedly that just were deceased, and they were just
bodies just floating by, and you could just grab them and pull them in.
And there's a woman in white who was doing that?
Yes, I'm not sure what
incarnation.
teacher.
And people have seen her up here?
Yes. And people have seen her up here. And there's also, I'm sure that you guys can get in touch with some of the ghost stories that do the tours, because they seem to have the whole story. You want to add to it, but at least they don't ever get to come in here. So they'll just tell you the story from the sidewalk and then shoot up the stairwell from the glass outside. So you guys are...
Thank you.
VIPs. Yeah, and we'll get, literally we'll have to come up here to get, wine and beer sometimes at night, and it will be, in the summer, in the evening, we turn the air off, it could be 90 degrees, and you will get major goosebumps. It's super, just grabbing beer. But never flying chairs or floating candles but it's a pretty neat building, and it's of all the storms, and for some reason whoever built this building is just a genius, because this block is 2 feet higher than all the other around us. So water goes into those businesses, but here, Ike came from the bay surge, so a lot of that water came in from this way, not from the seawall. But there was Bradley was showing you downstairs, there's 6 feet of water down there. So.
6 feet on top of us already being up 2 feet. So it was 8-9 feet up here. It was pretty crazy.
And when you got the floods, when you got high tide and you got rain, it floods down here pretty good. It's amazing how quick the water can rise. We've had people go to cruise ships and get dropped off by the Tremont a little further up, and the orange floating barricades, they put their luggage on it and use it as a raft. And they're walking into the damn cruise ship, dude, what a way to start my trip,
That's so crazy to think about it flooding like that.
Oh, I can show you a picture downstairs of just just a casual flood. That the picture I'll show you, it floods like that maybe 3 times a year. That picture downstairs. Yeah. And it's over the curb, and the curbs are already 18, 20 inches high. So. And that's just a casual, a solid rain. Alrighty, my name is Bradley. I have been working at Riondo's for about 3.5 years. I'm the bar manager here. So I come in and do inventory on Tuesdays, usually midday, about 11:30, sometimes noon. And I'm usually the only person in the building. This particular day, I was with 2 other people. There was one person in the kitchen that was prepping bread for the next work week, and then I had another person with me that was doing wine inventory upstairs. So just so we have an idea before I tell my story, get some kind of understand where everything is. So you've got the host stand here. If you follow me over here, you've got the side of the bar here. And so that's kind of where I saw the activity. I was standing, or I was walking actually, from the kitchen through here to go back to the bar over there. I knew the other person was in the kitchen. I knew my coworker was upstairs. So when I got to about right here, I'm walking, regular speed. I see a tall figure, about this high. And it was absolutely definitive as like humanoid. It had appendages, it had legs, it had arms, it had hands, feet. And I saw it walk directly from the host stand over to that side of the bar. If you turn around here, you can get the full perspective of where I could show you exactly where it was. So it walked at a regular speed, just like this. There was no mist, there was no like flailing arms like I'm a ghost. There was none of that. It was just a person walking. So what was interesting about it was kind of the shape. So it definitely had shoulders and then arms, like I said. And the back of it kind of belled out a little bit, came in and then flared out a little bit towards where the legs were. So what made me think was that it was wearing like a duster type of jacket or something. Yep, I mean, that's really it. I just saw it walk from the host stand over to there. And by the time I continued walking here, I couldn't see anything. So it walked this way, and then once I got up here, I couldn't see anything. So I immediately yelled for Ruben, who was the gentleman that was upstairs, thinking that maybe he came down the back stairs and was over here. So I'm yelling, Ruben, Ruben. And of course I knew he wasn't down here, but you know, what other explanation was there? So I immediately I run back to the kitchen, checking to make sure Rico's in the kitchen. And so I knew I was the only person down here. But it was absolutely plain as day, 100%. Like, it was crystal clear. Crystal clear. I mean, it walks from here, just like this. Like I said, you can see arms, you can see legs. And then once I got to about right here, just from my vantage point, you couldn't see it anymore.
That's a really long time to see something.
It was a second and a quarter, second and a half. I mean, it was just there to there. Yeah, goosebumps.
Did you get goosebumps when it happened?
Oh, absolutely, 1000%. Every time I tell the story, like, I mean, you can see it. Every time I tell the story, 100%. So other bartenders, I haven't witnessed this, but other bartenders have been working, and wine glasses have come off the rack over here and just spontaneously just fell on the floor. But that's really the only other activity that I know of.
What do you think that it was that you saw?
Oh man, there's so much history around here, so much death that's occurred right in this immediate area. The park here at the corner used to be where they used to hang everybody. I know that, where they would do the public and everything. Plus you had, how many people died in the 1900 store? Tens of thousands of people. It left, 20% of the island's population. So all those people. Then you had the Tremont House, or what used to be was there before the Tremont House, was a Civil War hospital, and that's just a half a block over this way. So obviously you're gonna have tons of maybe remnant spirits from that as well. So it's, to me, like I said, it looked like it was wearing like a duster, so that makes me think of some kind of cowboyish type of person, or somebody from that era. But who knows?
That's the scariest part.
Yeah. Very interesting, man. What are your top 2 favorite dishes that you guys serve here?
The seafood raviolis. Rico makes fresh bread daily. He also makes fresh pizza dough. He makes 90% of the pasta in-house. So the seafood raviolis will switch out with our fresh catch of the week. So we could have halibut and shrimp. Next week it could be snapper and shrimp. So they change on the regular. We do amazing lasagna. We don't use ricotta. It's just bechamel, 3 layers. We make our own pasta. We make our own mozzarella. We hand cut our steaks from Argentina. We have amazing bone-in veal chops. Excellent shrimp from here in Galveston off the coast. Snappers, highly sought after here in the Galveston Gulf Coast. So Yeah, and then we're getting ready for biker rally next week. Halloween starts. 500,000 motorcycles come down here, and so they come in. It's the second largest biker rally besides Sturgis, I believe.
Oh my gosh.
So what's that?
We're from South Dakota.
Oh, you are? Yeah. So it's they start Thursday Halloween this year, and this corner is premier spot for. There no cars are allowed down here, so they double. I'm sure, like I'm not a biker, but I love seeing them.
Yeah.
But they double park the bikes, and it is just like probably $50,000 to $70,000 or 50 to 70,000 bikes down here just load up, and they just do laps and show off their artwork.
Lollipops and saltwater tattoos.
Yeah, I think the King's closes. They've been here since the early 20s or 40s, and they're done with biker rally.
Well, I'm ready to go. It's time. Was there any?
Eating here for lunch.
Did you put that wine glass up there?
I saw it.
Oh, it's moving. It's interesting. We were here last night shooting Paranormal Investigation, your owner.
I've not been over here, so no.
That's really strange.
So this was the active area for vaults.
Yep.
Huh.
Strange. I've not noticed that's ever happened before you, so thanks for pointing it out.
Yeah.
That's really weird. We were just sitting here waiting for our food, and did you notice it just now?
Yeah, I was looking over there and it was not moving, and all of a sudden it just started to move.
No, that's so weird.
And she wasn't over there.
No, she didn't.
No one's been over here.
No, it's like moving from the top. You can actually see the top of it. That's so weird.
It's kind of like one of those little ball things. Just keeps going.
I don't know what that could be.
What if you just tapped it, right? It's gonna stop. Like pretty quickly.
And you wouldn't have any breeze that's gonna blow up
No.
that much, and then the other ones would be moving.
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
Are you happy we're back? Maybe that thing will fly out of there.
I mean, it's like continuing to move.
Yeah.
How's that even possible? Weird, right?
That's kind of freaky.
It's kind of freaky.
Interesting, man.
Not a single other glass is moving.
No, it's got the same motion.
By the way, the meatballs were absolutely delicious.
Oh, they were.
And look at this homemade bread.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Crispy, crispy homemade. And you gotta get the balsamic on there. That's the best part in my opinion.
Give these nice owners and people some business here when you come to Galveston. This is a great place.
Freaky.
That's freaky.
All right, guys, let's try the food.
All right.
Let's start off with Mary because she's really excited.
It's really good.
What'd you
We
get?
had pizza crust, margarita pizza. It's good.
It looks good.
It's delicious. It's really good.
Papa Spooks.
Okay, I have my gnocchi.
Yep.
Little peas, pea action. Ooh, that's good.
Good?
Good. Those both look good. I got the sausage sandwich, peppers.
Yummy.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's really. Well, let's go. Let's eat. Try a couple more. Got it? Okay.
Oh. Window.
Look at that. Look at that. Did you see that?
A strong hand.
And it's by the
With the
window.
window?
And it's by the window.
That's like the first word. Well, it says it's here.
He's here.
He's here.
Needle.
Do you want to put that REM pod by that window?
That's so Dude, look at that.
That didn't go off at.
I mean, what is that? I mean, look at that. It's actually going crazy with the weird. I mean, listen to those hits. I mean, what is that? Like, I don't think we've ever gotten a signal like that. Knife. All right. So we're upstairs right now in the restaurant. This is like going off in such a freaky way. Like, just listen to the patterns.
And the fact that it's by the window where they said that they were pulling bodies in is interesting.
And the first word that we got, or one of them, was window.
What's he's here, window?
Old chest.
Whoever's down there, can you show up on my device right here? Let us know you're there.
Hidden old chest. I'm gonna turn this bell on. Champagne. Buried old chest.
Well, they'd have
It's like a pirate. That's so weird, actually.
It really is.
Even all of Europe, we didn't have a hit like that.
REM pods are my favorite devices too.
I love the REM pod.
Lunch.
Lunch and champagne.
Oh!
I've never heard that before.
All right, to whoever's here in this restaurant, maybe if you are a spirit or an energy that remembers this place when it was a bank, or you're possibly the woman who was pulling bodies in through the window here, I want to introduce ourselves. My name's Colin.
My name's Mary.
I'm Jeff.
I'm Connor.
I'm Courtney.
So if there's somebody here, we would love to hear you make some sort of a noise for us. You could flicker these lights. You could come tap on this bell. You could go touch that red light again. Any of that will show us that you're here. Can you do something for us? That's a pretty strong hit. You see that?
Can you make it go
I
higher?
want you to see me.
That's weird, because it just said,
We'd like to see you.
We're listening.
Communications.
We're listening.
We're listening. Communications. I want you to see me.
And it said, we can see you all.
Wow.
So where are you? Could you make a noise for us wherever you are in the building?
It's a good idea.
Thought so too.
Good job, Connor. Chick.
He's coming.
He's coming. He's here. He's coming.
There's chicks.
college chick.
Not me.
Oh, that's it.
I said that.
That's it.
Oh.
Wow.
Were you in college? You were a young woman?
Claims to be college.
It's time to talk.
Oh, that's creepy.
Yeah.
What do you want to tell us?
Fireplace.
Kitchen, maybe? Like a
Is there a fireplace in here?
kitchen, maybe is like
Yeah.
what I can think of.
Oh, that's it. That's it. Courtney's responding to Courtney.
Good job, Court.
Thanks.
We have eyes on you.
Dude, what?
I want you to see me.
We can see you all.
We can
We have eyes on you.
That's very ominous.
So who's here with us? Who keeps saying that?
It's funny you said this looks like the last.
Oh. Okay, whatever we're saying is correct.
Heaven, Angeles, angels in Spanish.
Lily.
Angelus.
Interesting.
Lily.
Are there multiple people here with us?
It's going crazy.
And not one from this one.
I know, that's really bizarre.
Can you step away from that light, please? step away from it, please? I'm not. What's that?
Adult.
Two. So we said a young woman.
No name.
Dice. Was this, do people like to gamble here?
Did it say no?
You know, Galveston was very popular for gambling back in the day.
Bringing.
Maybe
No,
it was
I can't.
somebody that was pulled out of the window and they didn't know who it was. Like it was an identified body or person. They had no names.
This hasn't really said.
What's a no name?
Can you come sit with us at this table? Approved.
And that thing spiked.
I saw that.
All right, we're gonna do a little game with whoever's here. If you can remember your name, we're gonna go through the alphabet, saying each letter. And since you can ring this thing, try to touch this bell and make it go off and help us spell out your name. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, R.
R. Double. Oh,
R.
That's right.
R.
Okay, Courtney, do the ABCs.
A, B, C, D.
D.
D a second time.
His initials, obviously.
initials.
She was hung.
From the last place.
Imagine if we would have gotten that there. That would have been.
Or do we? No.
You don't know.
But what was the?
Helen.
Oh, Helen.
Envy. Can you spell out your first name for us? We're going to go through the alphabet again. Just ring the bell when we get to the second letter. A.
Oh. Okay. Right there.
R-A. Okay, Jeff, keep going.
Okay. Just as Connor said, A, B, C, D, E, oh, D. What do we have? Rad. Ronald. Okay.
Oh.
Ronald.
Maybe that's his first name.
Oh. Yeah. Okay, we got to go with Ronald.
R and a D.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, starts with R, ends with D.
Ronald.
R-D. That's pretty crazy, actually.
Yeah, it is actually.
Lunch
Ronald,
again.
lunch.
Okay, lunch and what other? You had breakfast or what was it?
You said lunch,
Lunch.
twice.
Lunch twice.
Yeah.
Remember I told you too
Yeah.
that we should have lunch here tomorrow.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
Ronald, are you hungry?
Oh. I wonder if Ronald has worked here prior,
Walker?
maybe in the past.
Ronald, did you come here to eat lunch before you died? You can ring that bell if that's true.
Maybe it was something you loved doing.
Ronald, can you try to tell us what your occupation was before you died? We're just trying to figure out who you are. Laptops.
Well,
Computer repair.
computer technician.
Are you happy that we're here?
Laptop tactics.
Can you tell me how old you were when you died? Can you tell me if you were in your 20s, can you ring the bell? So Ronald was a laptop technician in his 20s.
Walking, walker.
Did you like to walk around here?
Duster jacket.
Oh, the guy that you
said.
How can we help?
Downstairs.
That is really weird. There was the tall man that was seen downstairs.
Yeah.
And he was seen in the middle of the day at lunchtime. Remember? It wasn't at night. It was at lunch.
And lunch. Twice.
Yep. So, Ronald, were you the man that was seen downstairs around lunchtime?
Is the man in the jacket downstairs, is he trying to scare people out of this building? Can you ring the bell if that's a yes? Why doesn't he like that people are here?
Urban.
Jesus.
Urban Jesus? Is that a bad thing or a good thing?
Maybe he doesn't like he said, if he was from like
Urban
really,
Jesus hero.
if he was from like really old times, maybe he doesn't like that it's like all these buildings and that it's kind of urbanized.
Or even if it was during Prohibition times, he wouldn't like that there's a bar right there.
May I touch you?
Sure.
Whoa, Courtney. Don't get too excited about it.
What the?
Fine.
Courtney, we're married, buddy.
Sorry, anything for the vid.
That's the way. That's the spirits.
All right. Just use your voice to speak to us. Who is Ronald?
Charged.
Charged. Are we gingerly charged?
Gingerly charged.
What did he say in Wisconsin? I'm all lit up.
Yeah.
BC, remember that?
Oh.
All right, I'm gonna start this one more time.
He has thrown stuff downstairs.
Yeah.
Many things. All right. Who is Ronald?
What do you like to do here?
Do you like that people come and eat at this place?
I bet you love the smell of this place. What's your favorite dish that you order here?
Is there something that we can do to help you to move on from here?
This is gonna be in the audio. It's gonna be so loud. God damn it.
Listen to that.
This is the bar.
Okay.
It's just a car.
No.
Alright. Who is Ronald? What do you like to do here? Yeah. Do you like that people come and eat at this place? I bet you love the smell of this place. What's your favorite dish that you order here? Is there something that we can do to help you to move on from here?
I think it's like the song.
What is that?
Me and you.
Oh no.
All right, wait. Let's hear below you, the vault.
Yeah.
It is interesting.
Below you. Okay.
Ronald. When I asked who's Ronald, it said my parents.
Yeah.
So let's do one more round of questions, but actually do it. So, I've got to ask, was Ronald your father or grandfather? Also, I'm going to state that was the second time it said Lily. So we got Lily and Ronald.
Should I ask a question about Lily? Was Lily the person that was helping pull people through the window during the storm?
Is the spirit that's here happy?
You're saying this land is cursed? Is it because of the floods that come here, or what else would it be?
Can you tell us how many spirits are here?
Awful singing.
Oh.
That's crazy. Both times it's interrupted our DR60.
Yeah, outside. Outside.
Okay, I'm gonna ask one question quick. So, with this investigation, we're trying to see if the entire city of Galveston is haunted. Is that true?
Ooh. Yeah.
Why would it be so loud on a weeknight?
That's Galveston, baby.
Really?
This land is cursed.
By bad singers.
Yeah, right? That's crazy that it said this land is cursed right after we're asking about the flood.
Right?
Son.
Son. So it said granddad and son.
So, who's Ronald?
There's 3 of us, it says.
Oh, and I asked how many were here.
Wait a second. Yeah.
That's true.
Granddad,
Right.
son, and Ronald.
Okay.
Oh shit.
So, I've got to ask, was Ronald your father or grandfather? Also, I'm going to state the second time it said Lily. So we got Lily and Ronald. Was Lily the person that was helping pull people through the window during the storm?
What was that? Play that back.
Oh, that was you.
Oh yeah.
Person that was helping pull people through the window during the storm?
His voice is so nice. His voice.
Happy. You're saying this land is cursed? Is it because of the flood that come here, or what else would it be? Can you tell us how many spirits are here? Awful thing. Okay, I'm gonna ask one question quick. So, with this investigation, we're trying to see the entire city of Galveston is haunted. Is that true?
No.
Nothing.
Nothing.
I don't want to speak. Just want to use the devices.
I definitely feel like a male presence over a female one up here, though.
And the last one.
The last one seemed a lot like female at the Christmas shop and a child.
Yes. And I was expecting to feel a male presence or a female presence up here because of the window thing. But I think that spirit they saw downstairs is kind of dominates this place.
And look at the devil is real. Jesus, devil.
It
Seems
keeps
like they're
saying like
religious.
son, granddad, like his
What's his-
voice.
Do we want to go and investigate by the vault?
Oh yeah.
Maybe we should go down there. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
it's kind of, I feel like it's kind of drying us down there.
They did it.
What did they do?
Yeah.
Why have you come? Hello, friend.
To talk to you guys.
We're trying to help you
Hello, friend. Why have you come?
to investigate.
We want to see what you're doing here and who you are.
I kind of agree, like Courtney, I think it's the male that he saw walking downstairs is what I think. And I think they're drawing us downstairs at the end is where we should go. And I think that bank vault area, that's kind of that area I think that feels kind of like more active. For some reason the kitchen too, just since he said it.
And this just feels kind of more friendly. Not
Yeah.
anything like scary. scary or evil.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Okay.
All right, guys, since we had somewhat limited time here, we're going right into the Estes session. This is in the vault area. So I think we should talk about Ronald. See who Ronald was. We don't have a blindfold with, but I'm just going to close my eyes. Yeah, no, I'm good. Ready?
Yep.
Ronald, are you here?
Hello?
Is this Ronald here with us? Or was this the man in the long jacket?
What's your name? Just tell us who you are.
Looking for him.
Where did you come from?
Apple pie.
Did you come here to eat?
Do you remember when there was a flood here?
Ooh, behind you.
Who are you behind?
Oh, like a 50s voice. Young Johnny?
Why did you choose this place to stay?
Hit by a horse.
Did you die or just get injured?
He did say that he was like old, so they wouldn't be having
Mm-hmm.
So did you die or just get injured? What happened to you when you got hit by the horse?
Do you like to watch?
I let him.
Do you like it when all the people gather here to eat?
Oh, yeah.
Or do you remember?
I don't feel good.
Yeah, you don't feel very good.
So who's the scary person that people keep seeing around the building?
Are there spirits from the people who
Yep.
were pulled through the window as well?
Sailor.
Sailor?
It could be sailor.
Like a sailor, okay.
Do you know who the woman in white is? That pulled
Never
it?
came back.
Did you float out to sea?
Could have been a sailor that never came back.
Yeah, true.
Do you remember the pirates when they were in this part of the country?
Number.
You're not feeling well, you said. Are you tired?
Yep.
Why do you push the glasses off the shelf at the bar?
Oh, very creepy, very distinct. Ronald.
Ronald, are you...
The hammer. He hit. Don't ask.
Are you angry, Ronald?
Go check in.
Check in where?
Candy. Sinking.
Did you just say candy?
Mm-hmm.
Colin has low blood sugar, and so he said go and get something, and Connor just said candy.
Yeah.
That's kind of weird.
Quiet down.
I think so. Colin, take a drink because you're like going low. You're 64 and going low.
Huh?
You're 64 and going low. Your thing keeps going up. And then Connor said, there's some candy in the car. Because I said, how about some pop? And then it said, and you said candy.
This is driving you low.
Yeah.
That happens a lot of times.
Yeah.
Anything good?
I think it's wrong.
Yeah, it's kind of just quiet, but it's you're responding
Connor's
right.
being honest.
Nope.
So, Ronald, you were the one that was upstairs with us. Did you follow us downstairs?
Mm-hmm.
What do you want to tell us? Can we do something for you?
Shh.
Do you not like that we're here?
Don't go digging.
What would we find if we dig?
A door.
That's weird.
What's behind the door?
Ain't no chicken.
People scared of her? Did somebody get trapped behind the door?
You seemed really...
Jemima.
Oh God. You seemed really friendly upstairs, and now you seem kind of upset. Is there something we did that upset you?
What do you do here? Why are you here?
Dumb roach.
We don't have much more time here tonight. Is there anything you want to tell us? Anything we need to know about you?
Are you affecting Colin's blood sugar?
Begone.
Do you want us to leave?
Swim with the fishes.
Mafia?
Yeah, there's fish out there.
Shooting.
It is shooting, something buried, and the mafia's supposed to be here.
You know what I just remembered?
What?
When we were getting all that, I was
Denise.
calling neck torture. That was the square they used to hang everybody right next door.
That's what the...
I completely forgot he told us that. I just started going back through stuff.
Who said that?
The
bartender.
right next door is where they used to do the public hanging.
Oh my god.
That's right.
Oh.
That's weird.
Is it... Are you someone that got...
How did you die?
Again, a kind of 1950s sounding. I'm all tied up.
Tied up. What did you get for? Did you do something bad?
Stolen peaches.
Oh, that's weird. In that voice or the accent.
I know.
Did you leave behind a family?
He kind of sounded like a pirate.
Baby's dead.
What happened to
Help.
What happened to your child?
Are you happy here? Why do you stay here?
Hell no! Literally, that one was especially clear.
That's kind of nuts. So he's kind of trapped here, maybe, or something.
Is there something holding you here?
Do you want to leave?
The door. Woman's voice, though.
Door again, right?
Little Sally.
Maybe that's like
Is this why he's here?
pulling through the window thing.
Yeah, that could be.
Tentacles.
Reading again.
I'm so screwed.
Why can't you leave here? Why are you screwed? So screwed.
Look, Mama.
Are they telling us there's a child they can't leave behind?
Yeah.
Or
I feel like there could be a child. Even maybe someone that got pulled through the window.
yeah, it could have been.
I definitely feel there's a male presence and then a female.
No more, please.
No more
I think he kind of wants us to leave him alone.
Are you done talking to us for the night?
What I'm feeling.
Are you ready for us to go?
We probably have to go.
Cherry crisscross.
He's low and then.
Yeah,
Alright.
Okay.
I think we're good.
It's still making you go low, and then it's 11 o'clock, and we have to leave at 11. But he's got, the owner has his little kids.
After investigating that Italian restaurant, which was interesting, we knew that we had one more stop to make. And this was the biggest, baddest stop of them all. The most haunted hotel in Texas, a place that some call the most haunted hotel in Texas, and others claim is the most haunted hotel in America, the Grand Galvez. But before we investigate, I need to tell you a little history. The Grand Galvez Resort and Spa, originally opened in 1911 as Hotel Galvez in Galveston, Texas, is a historic and famously haunted hotel. Built on the site of the former beach hotel, the Galvez was created to draw tourists back to the island after the devastating 1900 hurricane, which killed thousands. You see, after that hurricane, there were no tourists heading to Galveston. Not only had the island's industrial connections and ports been devastated, but its tourism industry had been as well. The hotel opened at 6:00 p.m. on June 10, 1911, and was reportedly built for an estimated $1 million, which would be over $33 million today. Designed in Mission and Spanish Revival styles, upon opening, the Galvez offered luxurious accommodations to weary travelers in the area, and quickly became known as the playground of the Southwest, attracting celebrities, politicians, and wealthy travelers. Throughout the years, the hotel's popularity has endured, though not without various renovations and changes in ownership, especially as the local economy shifted away from tourism during and after World War II. And it's interesting to see the way the world changes from century to century. You see, in 1918, you could get a room at the Galvez for just $2. Nowadays, rooms cost upwards of a few $100s per night. But almost immediately after it was built, rumors of the hotel's dark history began to swirl. Over the next few decades after the hurricane hit Galveston, the town saw a massive resurgence, and a lot of money flowed into the beachfront properties, casinos, and hotels that opened up there. And for a while, Galveston, with its casinos, attracted acts like Frank Sinatra to perform in local clubs, and the town got the nickname the Vegas of the South. It's a pretty interesting slice of history. You see, even though gambling was technically illegal throughout all of Texas, Galveston seemed to have sort of an informal open city policy, where law enforcement officials and public officials just looked the other way. This paved the way for numerous casinos and gambling clubs to open up, and also attracted the mafia. Over the years, the Galvez Hotel, with its opulent exterior and interior, has hosted many notable figures, including U.S. Presidents Franklin D. Roosevelt, Dwight D. Eisenhower, and Lyndon B. Johnson, as well as General Douglas MacArthur and celebrities like Frank Sinatra and Howard Hughes. The grandeur of the hotel is evident throughout the building, and really, I gotta say, it is such a beautiful hotel. When you're inside of the building, it feels like you've been transported back to the ritzy 1920s, where gangster ghosts could be lurking around every corner. But something interesting to note is that during World War II, the U.S. Coast Guard took over the Galvez for 2 years and transformed it into a wartime headquarters where suites became barracks and the lawn was used for drill practices. With the hotel closed to guests, even the finest, most lavish suites were converted into those makeshift barracks and military situation rooms. Drill practices were held on the front lawn, and a boxing ring was erected for sparring. Interestingly enough, as opposed to the lavish jazz that used to play throughout the Galvez, during this time period, taps, the military tune, was played every day. Imagine that, a period of 2 years where nobody could rent out rooms at the hotel, where the hotel was used for all sorts of confidential activities relating to World War II. I'm sure that the hotel has some secrets to share. In another interesting twist, the Galvez became known as the Summer White House in 1937 during Franklin D. Roosevelt's time in office, because at one point, he took a 10-day trip there. When Roosevelt embarked on that 10-day offshore fishing trip in May 1937, the White House staff maintained their headquarters at the Galvez. Secretarial pools, Secret Service men, and other officials occupied the entire 5th floor. All official communications to and from the president during those days was conducted through the hotel, including the composition of Roosevelt's telegram of congratulations to King George and Queen Elizabeth upon their coronation. But back to the mafia. Don't worry, this is related to the Galvez. The biggest names in organized crime in the Galveston area were the Maceo brothers. The Maceo organization, also known as the Maceo Syndicate, was a criminal organization that ran Galveston, Texas politically and criminally throughout most of Galveston's open era. The organization's bosses, Sam and Rosario Maceo, operated illegal gambling, prostitution, bootlegging, and racketeering activities throughout the city. Now, it was a well-known secret that the mob was in Galveston from the late 1920s to the early 1950s. And like I mentioned before, Public officials and law enforcement officers just looked the other way. In addition, the Maceo brothers were also able to buy off government officials like the town's mayor, so they were allowed to operate their illegal businesses right out in the open. We'll never know the true scope of the illegal operations that were operating in Galveston during this time period, but you just have to look at even the history of the Christmas store that we just investigated, with its rumors of being a brothel with a ruthless madam, and the hundreds of wine bottles that they found buried underneath the store that are believed to have come from the Prohibition era as evidence of this. At the top of the Galvez is a floor dedicated to conference rooms. A few years back, in 2017, I was actually able to convince the security team of the Galvez Hotel to let me up there one night to do a little paranormal investigating. At the time that I filmed the footage that I'm about to show you, I was 20 years old. Crazy how time flies, I'm 27 now. And the staff of the Galvez Hotel informed me of a bit of disturbing history. That the pervasive rumors surrounding the boardrooms of the Galvez involved the mafia. According to word of mouth from locals and past hotel employees, the mafia would hold secret meetings in the boardrooms atop the Galvez Hotel, and it was during these meetings that they would plan out their illegal activities, which sometimes included hits. Yes, it's alleged that murders were planned in those very rooms. In addition, I was told in passing at the time that it's thought that at one point someone was brought up to the boardrooms under false pretenses by the mob and was tortured, murdered, and later on disposed of. But I have no evidence of this claim, just the story I was told. Regardless, let's take a look.
Hello.
Hey, this is Curtis. He's gonna take you guys in a second.
Cool. How's it going?
Hey.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
This is the first time at the Galvez?
It is.
Yeah?
It's beautiful.
How long you plan on staying?
Just tonight. We were here last night too. You ever had anything happen to you around the hotel?
No, not really. I don't really work over here. I work at the Tremont mostly. I'm probably here like once every blue moon.
You've been up to this boardroom before?
Yeah.
It's pretty freaky, man.
Yeah, especially at night. Yeah, because like as security, we gotta have like we have checkpoints, GPS to make sure we're doing our job.
Oh, goodness. Yeah, this is definitely gnarly in here.
If you don't want, I'll let y'all have it. You can take all the time you need.
Cool.
I get off in about 30 minutes, so I'll let the other officer know that you guys are up here. You can just let the front desk know when you're done.
Thank you, by the way.
No problem.
Colin.
Colin? Curtis.
Nice to meet you, man. Come over here. Do you hear that noise? There's like a chill right here. That noise is gone. It's like this thing was just f***ing shaking. Well. Is there somebody here in this room with us? My name's Colin Browen from South Dakota. And I know that you guys used to have meetings here. There's just a noise from the room behind me. Sounded like a plastic cup being tapped or something. There's no one on this floor, by the way. We're entirely alone on this floor. It is eerie up here. camera keeps going in and out of focus for no reason. Are you there? You can hear now that my breathing is a lot deeper. Before I was taking deep breaths, and I couldn't even get a full thing in my lungs. Now you can hear that I'm Why'd you make me throw up? One last time, is there somebody in this room with us? Do something that'll make me leave. Anything? Are you here with us right now? My breathing is super shallow. You can even hear that's me taking a full breath. Do you want us to leave? Knock once if you want us to leave. Well, I just got really dizzy. Are you making me dizzy right now? Dizzy right now. Really bad. I'm just getting like a feeling there's something like right behind me. Why are you here? Why are you still here? This is no longer your boardroom. This belongs to the Galvez. What if I give you your chair back? Will you come sit at the head of the table? Came all the way from South Dakota to talk to you guys. Why don't you come sit at the table with me? Really warm in here. Can you feel that? I'm feeling really nauseous. Do you know any of the other spirits that are here in the Galvez? Hello? Mitchell's a cop. What do you think about the cops? It is so hot in here. Do you feel that, or is it just me? Hello? Yeah, we're the only ones on this floor. Hello? Did the chair actually just move?
That's really some crazy stuff, isn't it? I mean, just personally, I look tiny. It's just weird to see that footage, but let's carry on. Back to the Galvez. The hotel experienced ups and downs over the decades, seeing a decline in the mid-1950s as gambling, a local economic driver, was fully outlawed after new city leadership stepped in. A major renovation in 1965 restored some of the hotel's former charm, and when Galveston developer George P. Mitchell purchased the hotel in 1995, he restored it to its original 1911 appearance. The hotel changed hands again in 2021, with new owners completing further renovations, which returned the building to its iconic pink hue by using ground pink granite in the stucco, echoing its original color. Throughout its long and storied past, the Grand Galvez has hosted significant events, including the original pageant of pulchritude, the first international swimsuit competition that became the precursor to the Miss Universe pageant. The contest is now celebrated annually as the Galveston Island Beach Review, where participants don vintage beachwear in homage to the hotel's glamorous past. With so much history inside of it, the Galvez remains a historic hotel on the beachfront and is listed on the National Register of Historic Places, and it's no wonder that it's known to be the most haunted place in Galveston. When it comes to recorded deaths that occurred at the Galvez Hotel itself, it's actually really hard to track those down. One can assume that over the hotel's 100-plus year history, there have been plenty of deaths inside of the building's storied halls, as the Reaper likes to strike, sometimes completely at random. But I could only track down 2 official deaths in my research. One death occurred in 1984, and the only details that I could find on it are that there was a body found in a room in the hotel, and that no foul play was suspected. I'm going to guess that this was some sort of natural causes type death. The other death that I could track down occurred in 1955, when a man named James L. McKenna jumped from the 6th floor to his death. Those were the only 2 incidents that I could track down and can confidently say occurred there, but that's not to say that there haven't been many other deaths that possibly happened there. The Galvez's haunted history to this day is embraced by both guests and staff. Room 501, considered to be the most haunted, often requires reservations made a year in advance, especially in the month of October, and that's because the room is supposedly haunted by a spirit named Audra. According to a local legend, in the 1950s, a woman named Audra was in love with a sailor who would frequently leave Galveston from the port on seaward voyages. And while he was gone, Audra would stay at the Galvez Hotel, specifically in room 501, because of its easy elevator and roof access. She would climb up to the rooftop of the hotel and watch the ocean, waiting for her lover to return. But according to the story, at one point, Audra's lover's ship was late to return. And as she continued to wait for her love to come back to her, she began to fear that he had died and that his ship had sunk. As the days went on and his ship failed to return to port, Audra grew despondent and eventually decided to give up. She then climbed up to one of the turrets atop the hotel, the western turret to be exact, and hanged herself inside of that structure at one of the highest points in the city of Galveston. And according to the story, sadly, just a day or so after she died, Audra's lover returned to Galveston from the sea and ran throughout the town looking for her before discovering that she had recently ended her own life in the turret above the Galvez, waiting for him to return. Paranormal enthusiasts and curious guests frequently stay in Audra's room hoping for an encounter with her ghost or the spirits of other individuals. Some have captured mysterious reflections in the room's mirrors or have reported inexplicable interference with electronic devices used to create room keys. There have been all sorts of reports of paranormal activity inside of that room, including phantom scratches, voices, cold spots, and so much more. But who could possibly tell you a better version of the story than Melissa, a ghost tour guide and employee of the hotel who took me up there back in 2017 to tell me the story.
I have a photo, it's in my PowerPoint here. we had a foot that kept appearing on the end of a dresser. I had a couple that was actually staying in room 511. They were from London, and they lived in a haunted home. And they didn't know that we were a haunted property. And they said they had a big desk in there, and they set their suitcase on it, and they said it flew like 3 feet off the desk. And they're like, instantly, we knew. She's like, I think I'm gonna go ahead and change rooms. And I started shaking.
Yeah.
So. Audra, you home? Yeah, it's funny. I always think one day she's gonna answer me. We did a portal session in here the other day. Have you ever, portal?
Mm-hmm.
What came through, it kept coming across as Audrey, not Audra.
Yeah.
But we kept hearing an Audrey.
I wish there's a way we could transfer into this room.
When did you check in?
Last night.
Let me talk to my manager. Probably be able to get you in here. You do a blog?
Yeah, I do.
So, I'm gonna do my Audra spill now, my 501 spill. Now, back in the 50s, we had a lady named Audra who would stay with us. She was engaged to a mariner who sailed in and out of the port of Galveston. When it was time for his ship to come back in, she would leave the room 501 here, take the elevator up to the 7th floor, then climb the steps to the west turret, which is what you see here. There, sheltered from the wind, the rain, and the weather, she would keep an eye out for her lover's ship. Word got back to her that there was a bad storm at sea, that the ship went down, and all hands on deck were lost. So in her despair, she took that elevator up that one last time. This time as she climbed the steps up to the west turret, she carried a rope with her. She ended up herself on that fateful day, but just a few days later, her fiancé, very much alive, showed back up to the hotel, looking for his bride-to-be, who is no longer in the land of the living, but she is now one of our long-term, non-paying guests. Audra is quite the prankster. She has kind of let herself be known, different spots in the hotel, but in here, she likes to hide things. We had a bottle of champagne delivered by room service. They called back down. They said, well, we got the champagne, but is there any way we could get any champagne glasses? And our room service attendant, knowing that he sent champagne glasses, said, sure, I'll bring some right up. The next morning, they get up, they open their window. The champagne glasses are upside down in the windowsill. So she does have a tendency to hide things in the windowsill. I had a couple months ago a lady that was here, you know how particular we are about lipsticks. We want that one color. She says, we went through every suitcase that we had, dumped everything out. Next morning, sitting in the windowsill. Now with Audra, we have a flower smell that's reported, and people associate that with Audra. We also have a very heavy tobacco smell that's reported in here. And a lot of people that have stayed here, what they experienced, they said, Melissa, we totally thought that it would be a female presence, but what they're feeling is a male presence. So this is the first image that was actually captured. There was 31 people in here on my February 9th ghost tour. And believe it or not, the gentleman that took this, he was over 6 feet tall, had a long sleeve, bright neon green Western shirt on, and a black Stetson cowboy hat. Now, when he took this photo, he turned it around and his wife seen it. She gasped. I was over here doing my spill, and I said, what is it? We all gasped. And then the next thing we did, we looked around the room at all 31 people to see, okay, is there anyone here that looks like that? There was not. Out of the 5 photos that he took in the bathroom, he was in 3.
Oh my freaking lord.
Is that not an awesome picture of a spirit?
That's insane.
No, this has actually been shared on our Facebook page. The gentleman that took it, I did get permission, so we were able to share it.
That's crazy.
Isn't that awesome?
That's so awesome.
Well, I have a very dear friend of mine. He's an older gentleman that I sent the photo to. I actually thought he passed away because it took him like 3 weeks to respond. Well, as I was sitting here telling my ghost tour, or my people on my ghost tour, what Mr. Darko told me, he says British soldiers, when they first stepped foot in America or in North America, one of the first things that they would do so they would be accepted by the natives was apply war paint and style their hair like the natives.
Oh.
You can see the war paint.
Yeah.
And you can see the mohawk.
Huh.
Now, when I was over here and I was fixing to do my spill, this lady that had downloaded Ghost Radar, it said British. Right before I said British soldiers, and I'm like, oh my God. So everyone, yeah, I mean, the apps and everything, I really don't know what I think, but every once in a while, you're just kind of like, oh my God.
Yeah. Another ghostly presence is Sister Catherine, one of 10 nuns from the nearby St. Mary's Orphans Asylum who died with 90 children during the 1900 hurricane. The sisters had tried to save those kids by tying them to their waists with rope, but all were lost to the storm. Their bodies, still bound together, were found on the beach near where the Galvez now stands. And remember how when I talked about the hurricane, how I told you that bodies were burned and buried wherever they were found? Well, some people have come to the conclusion over the years that they suspect that the Galvez Hotel is built atop a mass grave of orphans, nuns, and other Galveston citizens that were killed by the Great Storm. Visitors to the hotel frequently report seeing apparitions of nuns and hearing children's laughter echoing throughout the hotel's halls, and have experienced a lot of activity, including in the building's infamous music hall, a hotspot in the hotel for paranormal experiences. But paranormal activity in the Galvez isn't just limited to these tragic figures. When I visited back in 2017, I was told about an angry pirate's ghost that haunts the public bathrooms on the first floor of the hotel. Apparently, the Galvez was built on top of this pirate's resting place. Supposedly, the bathroom was specifically, and so now he wanders the halls of the bathrooms amongst the porcelain thrones, angry at what has become of his grave, still eternally searching for his lost buried treasure and pirate booty. Back in 2017, I actually had the opportunity to investigate this bathroom, and let me tell you, it was a bit freaky. Check this out.
This is going to be the ladies' restroom that's closest to the spa. We seem to have a lot of activity down here near the spa. We've had a few different things happen in the ladies' restroom here. One of the latest that I heard, a lady stopped by my desk and was inquiring about the haunted activity that we have known that has happened in the past. And then she proceeded to tell me her story. One of the stories that was reported to us was here in the bathroom as well. It was a group of cheerleaders here for a competition in Galveston. As they all came into the bathroom, they were all excited about knowing that it was haunted. Well, they looked towards the mirrors and they said, well, if you're here, show yourself. And the mirror seemed to come off the wall and come straight at them. They all screamed. They ran to the front desk, scared but excited.
I got another call from one of the other engineers that worked with me at night at 5:03. He pulled the power cord off the back of the TV and the TV came on. And he was all frantic, and I asked him, I said, what did you do? He says, I plugged the power cord back into the TV and told him how to have a good evening, and I left. So,
Can you shut that door? Can you flush one of these toilets or do something? Are you a pirate? Hello? You there? This is a creepy place, I'm not gonna lie to you. Is there anybody here with me? Can you shut one? Right when I was asking it to shut the door, it just creaked. Can you shut one? My hand is getting a cold breeze, really cold. Anything before I leave?
There's also the spirit of a young girl in 19th century clothing who's often seen near the lobby and gift shop, bouncing a ball or asking visitors to the hotel for ice cream. Some guests have seen her riding the elevator, only for her to vanish when they turn around. It's unknown who this girl is or where her spirit came from. Workers and guests alike have also reported the laughter and footsteps of unseen children in various parts of the hotel, adding to its haunted atmosphere. It seems that every corner of the Galvez is haunted by one or two ghosts, and that these phantom specters, just like the hotel, are here to stay.
This is going to be the music hall. It's one of our meeting spaces, as well as our place that we have galas and weddings and just anything to celebrate. As you can see, it's a lovely, beautiful room. We do have tables set out on the other side of these windows, so we do get a lot of passerbys of our guests. They'll walk by and they'll look through and they'll see someone sitting in Victorian clothing, just sitting there, just waiting as if a party was fixing to start. Now, this has happened many times, and not only has staff seen this, but guests as well. Also here in the lower level of the hotel was our spa. We had an attendant one night who was closing up. She was there alone. She heard something, and she listened. She heard the toilet flush. And then she knew she was alone and said, "Is anyone there?" And then she heard the children giggling. She knew she wasn't alone.
So I am now here in the music hall, all alone, in the giant banquet room. I'm trying to find the lights to turn them off. And damn, this place is creepy too. Look at these figure things. Ugh. Is there anybody in here right now?
Before we investigate, there are a few photos I'd like to show you. The first comes from a group of paranormal investigators who took the following photographs in February of 2005. According to the group, they were walking down one of the many hallways of the hotel when they started snapping photographs. In particular, the group stated that they were on the 5th floor of the hotel, the floor supposedly haunted by Audra, the despondent lover who took her own life in the turret. Later on after the investigation, the group lightened up their photos and were shocked to discover one of the spookiest things I honestly have to say I've ever seen. In their photograph of the 5th floor hallway, this group captured what appears to be a 6 to 7 foot tall shadow figure, peeking out of one of the rooms, staring at them. To this day, I have yet to find an explanation for what exactly this shadow figure could have been, and this photograph has haunted me. I mean, I can't remember a ghostly photograph that appears to be spookier than this one, and it's still unexplained. There's also the portrait of Bernardo Galvez, the man who discovered Galveston and named it after himself, the man whom the hotel is named after, which hangs in the main lobby of the hotel.
Here we are at the portrait of Bernardo de Galvez, the namesake of our beautiful hotel. As you may have guessed, we do have some ghost stories associated with this portrait. We actually had a spa attendant who was walking towards the portrait one day when she looked up and the face was a skull. She leaned back, she leaned in, and it was still there. Not until another spa attendant walked by, seen the look on her face and said, "Debbie, did she look back?" And then the image was gone. It was just the portrait.
According to legend, the portrait of Galvez is haunted, and his eyes follow you as you walk by. Now, I've seen the portrait in person a number of times, and I can personally attest to the fact that the eyes do indeed follow you. But check these photos out. During a paranormal investigation, the same group who captured the shadow figure on the 5th floor took a few photographs of the Galvez portrait. In the first photo, everything seems to be completely good and normal. However, in the second photograph, well, what is that? It looks like the painting has transformed into some sort of a portal. According to legend, you have to ask Galvez himself for permission to take a photograph of his portrait, or else the photo you take will have a skull in place of his head. And weirdly enough, this photo seems to show swirling skulls that manifest in and around the portrait. So, is this proof that this legend is real? I guess we may never know. There are also a few historical photos of the hotel that appear to capture ghostly apparitions, but I'll let the hotel's resident ghost host, Melissa, tell you about them.
This is one of the photos that was taken in 1911. It was for a promotional book on the Hotel Galvez. Actually, when it was taken, the corridors were empty. But as you could tell, as you get closer, are they really empty? As you could see here at the end of the corridor, you could see distinctively 2 feet and 2 legs. and you can see what looks like to me as a rifle. Some say that they can see feathers, that maybe it is Indian, or others see, like I do, that it's a soldier. And then we also have over here a lady. And like I said, this was with an empty corridor. There was actually, you can't see a face. You could see the hat and you could see the jacket, but there's actually no face there at all. And here at the top, next to the chandelier on the right, we have an orb that was captured in 1911 and supposedly an empty corridor. Here in this photograph, this was taken around 1915, and the reason that we know this is because there are automobiles present. Across the steps is Murdoch's bathhouse, but what I find the most interesting is this figure here. You can look at it. It's a lady, but you see no hands, no face, just a shadow. And she is also present in some other photos here at the hotel.
The Mafia. Today, the Grand Galvez, managed by Marriott's Autograph Collection, blends historic elegance with modern amenities, attracting both thrill seekers intrigued by its ghostly legends and tourists drawn to its beautiful architecture and luxurious accommodations. From historic photographs capturing spectral figures to tales of shadowy figures in the halls, the Grand Galvez remains a popular destination for both skeptics and believers alike. And for our investigation, you know that we had to rent the most haunted room in the hotel, room 501. So that night, at midnight, we could try investigate and get into contact with Audra's ghost.
So right now, we are in the Galvez Hotel, right outside of room 501, the most haunted hotel room in the state of Texas. I've stayed here before and it was very, very creepy. You guys have not been in the room yet. I brought the bags in, so let's take a little peek. See if everybody gets any vibes. So the woman who was in this room, she walked out of the room, climbed up the stairs right here, according to the story, went up to the turret on top of the hotel and shit. Trying not to say it out loud because YouTube doesn't like that. Oh my god, you okay?
And she did it because her husband, like, she thought her man died at sea, right?
But then he came back.
Are you significant?
Push it over. Oh.
Thank God.
You're welcome. No, I saw it.
Oh my God, it's so pretty.
That's so cool.
Look at, they have a Ouija board in here. No fucking way. That's crazy, actually.
That's actually really crazy.
That's insane that they just leave that for guests.
Look at the bathroom. It's very cool.
Wow.
Oh, dude, look at this.
Oh my.
This ain't bad, actually.
Hey.
Look at this robotic future. Ooh.
Let's see. Oh, Bloody Mary, Bloody Mary. It's Halloween, you know?
Don't say it again.
Bloody Mary, Bloody Mary, Bloody Mary.
Oh, yeah, there's no slide rocky room.
Yeah, that's too.
Oh, what is this?
So I don't know that was in here. It's creepy.
What is this picture on the wall, too?
Yeah, that is an eerie photograph.
That is scary.
Made of our sleep here.
Like this, Colin. You'll wake up and there'll be a sailor.
Oh my
God. He's asleep. I don't know if I like that.
Creepy. Or you
Yeah.
wake up and you see this going like this.
Yeah. So
Or you wake up and you see Corey Feldman dancing.
Yeah.
Now that's scary.
It's interesting though. There is a weird vibe in here.
Yeah.
When you say
definitely.
like
For sure.
unsettling, it's like really nice, but
The whole hotel honestly has a strange vibe to it.
yeah.
Like almost like you're stepping back in time when you walk in.
It's like what, 10 years old?
No.
It's really old.
This room's a little claustrophobic.
I was saying it's small.
With the curtains and stuff, maybe. Yeah. I don't want to sleep.
So this is where the girl lived, right? That was me.
Oh.
This is where she
Yeah.
lived.
Yep.
and waited for her husband to come back, according to the story / legend.
Creepy. Should we set up some restaurants?
Yeah, so basically what's going to happen, Courtney and Connor are going to go back home tonight. Mary and Jeff are sleeping in a not haunted room, and I'm going to stay here alone.
I have to take my dog out, so I can't stay. But good luck.
I just don't want to snuggle with Colin. The inside joke here is that just last week, Connor and I slept together in the same bed, about this size, 3 nights in a row.
Yeah.
I don't know.
2 nights.
At the Stanley Hotel. We walked into our room and it was a king.
But it's like, what?
Yeah. We walked in and we were like, oh shit. Well, this sucks. Yeah. Oh, there were some soft pillows in that bed.
Ooh, thanks. I think you better cut that out.
Look at that.
Wow. Do you want Colin to sleep with you tonight? Oh. Wow.
I mean, that's freaking out.
That's wild.
All right, guys. So tonight, like I said before, Courtney and Connor are going back home. Mary and Jeff are going to their other room that's not haunted. So before everyone leaves and I do a little solo investigating in here, we are all doing an Estes method session. But this time, Mary is going under. She's already under there right now. And so, yeah. You guys ready?
Yep.
Yeah. And this thing was absolutely tweaking out to the point we couldn't even. What's it say?
Snake.
Oh. Snake.
And then... Not gonna go.
What's your name?
Hey. You gonna be there? Skipper.
Skip? Like a boat?
Gonna die.
How old were you when you died?
17, 18.
Try.
Going down. Dance party.
How are you feeling right now?
Sacrifice. Oof.
Oh, like that.
Why did you hurt yourself?
Rugs.
Over rugs?
I just want to know.
I don't know. Just gotta go up.
So there's a lot of debate.
Different person.
There's a lot of debate on whether or not there actually was
Au
a
revoir.
Why?
debate over whether there
Ogre.
really. Ogre.
Gonna do it.
The fuck attachment that we had. That's what the Ouija board spelled out on the device.
Don't use it.
And there's a Ouija board right there.
Hurt someone.
She's spitting out the words.
So there's a lot of debate over whether or not this woman actually lived here. Her name was Audra. Did she really exist, and did she really hang herself from the top turret?
Bird. I'm flying. Eugene.
Eugene? Who's Eugene?
Was that your man?
Digging in.
Do you feel more relaxed now that you're gone?
Lefty.
Colin's lofty.
I gotta go.
Wait. What was that? What was that bell that just went off? Did you hear that?
Yeah.
It's in the fucking bag. Isn't it?
Yeah.
Being weighed down.
No, seriously, how's that possible?
It's back here.
Should we?
Show that.
It's back here.
Dude, that's fucking bizarre, actually.
It's in here.
Right
there.
Dude,
Right there.
No, seriously, how's that
Right
possible?
here.
I thought it was off.
It is off.
young.
That clearly just got tapped on.
Yeah. Celebrate.
Look, check this out.
Okay.
Climbing stairs.
No way.
She climbed up. I'm coming. She climbed up the stairs to go hang herself.
The bell went off.
Yes.
That's crazy though, the stairs. You know, when she just said that.
Alone.
Climbing the stairs alone.
And she was alone for so long in this
Ditto.
hotel room.
Uh-huh.
Remember, she was so sad because she was alone for so long.
Yep. She would rent this room out whenever he would go out to sea.
Oh, is that the deal?
Yep.
Just a really loud in my ear no.
What were you gonna ask?
She rented this room up every time we went out to sea, and then just stayed here.
She could see. What was it? She could see.
She was like
the water right
She
there.
could like see when he would come in. She would like watch and wait for him.
Wow, oh, fly.
On the noggin? What?
And then there was like, it wasn't there like a huge storm or something where
She
she
thought
thought he died and then
Righteous.
I mean, climbing stairs and that bell
Yeah,
going off
that's
in the
good right
bag
there.
is really
Skeptic.
Shoes. Religion.
that go off tonight.
No.
Sure.
What were you gonna ask?
Lady.
I can't remember. Are you at peace? Would you say you're happy in the afterlife? Happy? Are you happy?
It's like going down.
It's kind of creeping me out a little bit. I don't know if I want to stay here.
Do you like when people stay in here?
Lilac.
I can hear that really. It's really loud in her ear.
Are those ghost meetings? Some
Are there lots
holiday?
Are there lots of ghosts in this hotel?
Nice man. Children.
A nice man staying in here tonight.
Yeah, he's all right.
I don't like that. Oh,
She likes that.
This week.
So, you're confirming to us that the story of Audra, the
Like a hiss of a snake.
She said snake before.
Well,
oh yeah,
Needing something.
What's up with this? But you're confirming that that story is real, Audra?
Judas.
Ooh, he's a snake.
Flowers.
So, what's gonna happen? What's gonna happen to me tonight?
Wild.
What's gonna happen to me tonight in this room?
Dislike him.
Oh.
Like, I don't know if somebody is like
That's good.
blowing on my or something. I feel something cold on my shoulder for some reason.
the AC.
She doesn't like you. Why don't you like Colin?
What's up with Colin? Why don't you like him?
Memories.
Oh, Colin,
Maybe
something to tell
remind
us?
her of
Well, you
her-
stayed in this room before.
Yeah, true.
Maybe you like remind her of something. Do you like it better when men or women stay in this room?
Leroy.
Oh,
Like a high whistling noise. Gotta come.
oh God. God damn.
Gotta go.
That could be relevant, actually.
Oh shit.
Hey.
Did she say stop? She's probably like, this ghost is like, y'all are disgusting. Get your head out of the gutter.
Yeah, sorry. So, just to confirm, this is someone who died here at the hotel? Is this the woman who hanged herself?
Hun. I gotta go.
Where do you have to go?
Chicken.
That's interesting. Or chicken, 'cause I'm hungry.
Defamation.
So these guys need to get going, all of them. But can you tell us in your own words what happened in here? If this is the woman who ended her life?
It's like a man's voice comes through. No. I'm not scared. You have to.
What do you?
This one.
Oh.
What was that?
Okay.
I was like a bag fell over.
A bag fell over.
That was your backpack.
Wait
Wait a second.
How did
that fall over though? Honestly, it's like land.
Hello.
We should look back in the.
I don't know if
Wait,
anybody is like,
creepy,
it's
actually.
cold
That-
in here.
That would have to
The
be.
air conditioning turned on.
You know, it's interesting too.
I
Is
want-
the AC
Hello.
the whole time, steady. So it's not bad.
Come and gather.
I want
Did you move
I want-
that backpack? Can you ring that
This thing's
bell if
getting-
you moved it?
All the way to red too. Look at that.
Yeah, did you move the backpack?
Touch one of these devices if you just.
Come in here.
Yikes, jeez.
Whoa!
What was that?
The thing went all the way to red.
Oh my gosh. She sounded like
Ginger.
possessed. Ginger is the girl tonight.
Oh my god.
That is insane, actually. Right when this thing.
Filigree.
You can't even really see it unless you got the light off.
That
Yeah, and Ginger's the woman from the beginning of the night.
I said so.
Oh wait, so your backpack was
Yeah, I mean,
was
my,
leaning up
my
against the
backpack.
chair.
Not gonna go.
You know what I mean? I'm not gonna
Yes.
put the backpack on the top up against the wall.
Can you see the backpack from where you are?
It's
Yeah.
the bottom.
You can see the footage if it's up.
See, the bottom would be switched the other way.
Catholic. Were you Catholic?
Did you move my backpack?
Glasses.
I have glasses in there. Were you trying to get them?
Knock it off.
Okay. But why did you move my backpack?
Fungal.
You got some fungal cream in there?
Fungal cream.
No hemorrhoid cream.
Oh no, hemorrhoid cream is gone.
Hey, funny.
You used it all up.
Oh, she liked that. Did you like that joke? I mean.
Did you like the
What if it was banging noises? If you hear
how the
those?
people?
That was mean.
Can you do it again?
Ciao, ciao.
Can you make another noise in here, Audra?
Did you move my backpack, Audra? You never answered.
I told you.
Didn't say it was me.
Wow.
Maybe she meant that was me for the backpack, not the.
Different.
Mama.
Yeah, she is my mom. Anything else before everyone else leaves that you want to tell us?
Audra, again, in the afterlife, do you have another man that you're with?
Long time.
What's his name? What's his name? Who's this man you're with in the afterlife?
What if it's Ronald?
Leeway.
All alone.
Oh.
Did you ever find out after you died that your husband was actually alive?
Cover up.
Cover up?
License.
How did you feel when you found out he was alive?
Oh, gal.
Oh, girl, she said. Oh, girl. I was pissed.
That's wrong.
Oh.
No.
Maybe she wasn't.
Shut up. Let me.
Screw you.
Nutty.
Nutty. Look at Catholic different thought. Did you fight with your
partner because you had different religious outlooks?
I just got nutty again. Nutty.
Do you regret yourself?
Bloody.
Do you ever sit in that chair and look out into the ocean like you used to?
Not together.
Still not together.
Like a snake sound again, I keep getting.
What's the deal with this snake?
I
Three
don't know,
times.
It's kind of creepy.
3 times now.
There's gonna be a snake crawl
Hang it
under
out.
the bed tonight.
I hope not.
Waiting for you.
Oh God, I fucking hate
I showed
that.
you.
I'll choke you.
I gotta go.
All right.
Vibing.
Well, vibe.
Did I get her out?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. There was so
Oh,
many
we got a lot of
weird.
stuff.
Did anything make sense?
actually did.
Yeah. Yeah.
There was some good stuff.
Just like I kept hearing like a man's voice and then just
Oh, weird.
it was so loud. I don't know
could
how you
hear
can
it.
take it.
I know for so long too. I feel like it can be like disorienting.
I know.
You did a very good job.
Thank you.
did.
Oh, thanks.
job,
I never
Mary.
think I do
Good
it.
job.
Hopefully it made sense.
Outstanding.
Good. Just like hear like a woman's voice and then like a deep man's voice. I don't know. Oh, that was weird.
And a Leroy's voice.
A Leroy.
Yeah, you had Leroy in there.
Oh, I did? It's weird how you don't even remember. You know, you think,
really?
what did I say?
Leroy Bad Leroy Brown.
Oh, really? That's you.
Jeff is the bad Leroy Brown.
Do you know what that is?
No.
No.
Also, while you were doing it, this bag fell over and a bell from the backpack rang, and it was literally off.
Wait.
In the
She was
backpack?
out when that
No,
happened?
she was still in there when that happened.
Oh.
The bell rang from inside the backpack.
It was turned off. and
Oh
something
my
like that.
gosh.
It was really weird, actually.
And then that bag fell over.
That's creepy.
I know, right?
Oh my
It really
god.
was.
It said opera singer Dame. Well,
Oh no, these guys are
without further ado, Connor and Courtney are gonna leave. Mary and Jeff are gonna leave, and I'm still gonna do a little bit of investigating.
Good luck, Colin.
Well, everybody, first of all, let's shout out Connor here. Thank you.
Come
for
on,
coming
give me some
along
credit.
this evening. Courtney, for your first appearance in years. We
Do the thing. Do the thing.
Oh,
Do it.
I don't want to. I'm not gonna do that.
Do it. Colin, do it.
No, I'm really not.
Do it. Colin, do it. Don't. Come on.
I told Courtney I'd go. Courtney, thank God you're back. Courtney, welcome back to the channel.
There we go.
That really hurt
That's what I
me.
needed.
Let's see if it makes
Good
the
job,
cut.
Colin.
Put that in.
Yes, you are.
Then she'll come back again.
I'll come back if he adds it in. I'll come back for another video.
Shit, it's fucking in. Great trade.
For sure.
And we also got to give a massive shout out this evening for Mama and Papa Spooks flying all the way from South Dakota just to come be here.
Anything for Halloween.
And another special shout out to our Halloween merch drop.
There it is.
So you go pick it up.
Here.
Spook show, baby.
Awesome.
And also, shout out to me. What was I gonna say?
Shout out to
Opera
my-
singer Dame a stage. Isn't that weird?
Colin, you always do the opera voice. Yes.
That was good.
And another shout out to all the cool places that we filmed at this video.
Yep.
Yes.
The Christmas shop and what was the time?
You pronounce it. You pronounce it.
In that Italian restaurant.
And
I got the
It's
Galvez.
giving.
Was
it's
it-
giving Adele.
Dazzy.
Riondo.
Oh yeah. 'Cause
Yeah,
he gave
yeah.
it.
Oh All right.
So do you want to say something like Halloween? Because this is your Halloween episode.
We can do it with Scooby costumes.
Perfect.
Okay.
All right. All right. Bye.
All right, players.
See
Hey,
ya.
happy haunting
Wait a
tonight.
second. Wait a second, Connor.
I've stayed in a lot of haunted hotels over the years, all around the world. But the Galvez, I just gotta say to you guys before I go to bed tonight, it's just one of those places that is eerie. I love the Galvez. It really reminds me of like the Tower of Terror in Disney World. It's got a really cool, old school Art Deco, just really beautiful look. But this room, there's just something about this room 501 here, that it's just unexplainable. It doesn't feel right. There's just certain hotel rooms that have that weird energy. And it's kind of fucking creepy in here. I'm not gonna lie. But I am so tired. I'm exhausted. It's 1 a.m. right now. So I'm gonna go to bed. And Audra, or any spirits here in this room? Is there anybody here? Do you want to do anything for me before I go to bed? I will keep you guys updated. If something happens tonight, I'm keeping my camera right here by the side of the bed. It's really funny, actually. Years on, after doing paranormal investigating, I keep getting a weird chill, exactly like how Mary was describing it. Weirdly enough. Those curtains are moving, but I think that's just how they are. 10 years ago, I would have been unbelievably freaked out to be staying in here. Not only with somebody, but I would have been saying, like, there's no way I would ever sleep in there alone. But it's just so interesting how life changes and, you grow older and more experienced, and now I'm comfortable doing this, but, I'm not exactly 100% comfortable. This is one of those things, I don't really like spending the actual night in haunted locations just because the energy can get so thick. And yeah, this is just really one of those hotels that creeps me out. But I just can't help but think I'm so blessed to have everybody out there. I have an amazing, wonderful family. Just an amazing, wonderful life. And by the time you guys see this video, this Tuesday right now, October 22nd. So that means that by the time you're watching this video, I will have been sober for a full year. And my life has just changed in absolutely the most positive, good, crazy way. And I'm just really thankful, and I'm blessed. I'm so excited for Halloween. You gotta always look forward to Halloween, at least in my world. I just want to thank everybody. Thank you for watching. Thank you for tuning in for so many years. Thank you for everything you guys have done for me. I hope I've been able to entertain you, teach you a lot of things, show you a side of the world you might never have thought about. And yeah, it's been one crazy wild ride. But from here in the Galvez, everybody, I'm gonna sign off for the night. I'll let you know if anything happens. And stay spooky and happy Halloween. All right, that was enough. I think it's time to go to bed.
At the end of the day, I think Galveston is not only one of the most haunted places in Texas, but one of the most haunted places in America. I'd even lobby to say that it competes with Gettysburg for the amount of hauntings, the horrific history. I mean, it's really insane. Think of all the stuff we just talked about. The graves of murderers buried with their victims, all of the history of crime, pirates, mafia, the deadliest natural disaster in United States history, the morbid history surrounding that event. There's just so much there, so much energy. And it's not necessarily bad energy either, but I do feel like the whole island is haunted. Especially late at night, when you're walking through some of those streets in the dark. You can just imagine the spirits of people dressed in 1920s garb waving at you from the wall. You can imagine a lady in white staring at you from the turret atop of the Galvez. You can picture, right in front of you, the spirits of children playing around on the beach, building sandcastles before they stare up at you and disappear into the night. It's hard to explain something like a feeling to people if they haven't actually felt it themselves or haven't been to the place that you're describing. But Galveston has that feel. It doesn't just feel historic, it feels haunted. Not only haunted by a dark, horrific past, but haunted by the ghosts of past residents, the spirits of murder victims, and the specters of a great storm. I don't know. Let me know your thoughts about all of this in the comments section because I want to know what everybody has to say about this entire episode. But for a finale, for our Halloween episode, we have a special treat for you guys. Buckle up, whatever you're about to... I don't exactly know how to describe what I'm about to show you, but this is just something we put together for y'all. We're so appreciative of every single person that shows up every week to watch the show with us. And yeah, we love you guys so much, and enjoy.
Scooby-Doo. Clown. Scooby-Doo.
What the? Okay, this is seriously freaky. What the hell is going on here, guys?
Fred, what are you talking about? We're just hanging out.
What the hell are you talking about, man? My name's not Fred. It's Colin. Colin from the Paranormal Files?
No, man, you're Fred.
Fred, stop acting so weird. Seriously, you're ruining the vibe.
Seriously, Fred, do you think you're feeling okay?
Okay, seriously, guys. I'm really starting to freak out. My name is not Fred. My name is Colin.
You are Fred. You're not Colin.
I'm not, though.
Fred, you're worrying us.
What are you talking about?
He's lost his mind.
Come on now, Fred. Now, intellectually speaking, you're Fred.
Give Fred a break, guys. He's clearly going through something.
Come on, man. Please help me. I gotta get back to where I came from. I don't know who you people are. What is going on?
Don't you remember? We're the mystery gang.
Yeah, Fred, we solved mysteries together.
Yeah, man, we're all four together, including our good buddy, Scoob.
I think you guys seriously have me mixed up with somebody. My name is Colin Brown. I also solve mysteries, but with my father, Jeff, my mother, Mary, my brother, Connor, and my wife, Courtney. You guys kind of look alike, but you're clearly not them.
Jeff? He sounds like a good guy. I don't know him, though.
I've always liked the name Mary, but I don't know him.
Courtney sounds kind of like a bitch. I'm Daphne.
Who the f*** is Connor?
All right, we really need to start figuring this out because I don't know who Fred is, and my name is Colin.
Hey, man, you need to relax. Have one of these.
Oh my god, who is that?
It's me, the evil clown. I'm here to ruin Halloween for the spooky family.
Jinkies, we need to catch him!
Hey, wait up! Where's everybody going?
I think the clown has to be in here somewhere.
Look at, we're following the footprints over this way.
Yeah, it smells kind of funny in here.
Guys, who the hell is this clown that you're talking about? I haven't seen anybody.
You didn't see him go that way?
Yeah, man, I think he's here somewhere.
Fred, come on. What is going on with you? You need to get a grip.
I'm telling you one more time, I am not Fred. Wait, is that him? All right, gang, I don't know what's going on, but let's get him!
I told you you weren't gonna get away with this.
Look at that little pipsqueak.
Zoinks, gang, I can't believe we caught him.
Yeah, man, I don't know who the hell you are, and I don't even know what's going on here with these people. But you need to take that mask off right now.
All right. You got me.
Exploring with Josh!
Zoinks! I would have gotten away with it if it wasn't for you meddling ghost hunters. Happy Halloween.
All right, I know Josh. Josh is a good friend of mine. I'm gonna go back with Josh, all right? My name's not Fred, all right? I'll see you guys later. See you guys.
Fred, what are you doing? Get back over here right now! Fred! Come back! Come back, Fred! Fred, come back!
Oh my God. Thank God. That was all one big dream. All right, everybody, we really hoped you enjoyed our terrible acting. I mean, everyone else was pretty good, but I was pretty bad. But
Jeff was the best.
yeah, give us As always, everybody, thank you for watching tonight. We all wish you a happy, very safe Halloween. Anybody else want to say anything at the end?
Happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween! Woo!
Happy Halloween! Yes, from the entire Paranormal Files family, stay spooky and happy Halloween!